Hi. Hello. How's it going? How's it going? I'm back. I'm back. It's exciting. I've been away for so long. I forgot how to play World of Warcraft. No, I got big news for people. It's super cool. What's up, Taze? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, very exciting. Very exciting. All right, let's go. Okay, no, legitimately, I'm super excited to be back. I have big news for people. In life, we win and lose. Thank you. Hello. We do win and lose in life sometimes. I have been winning recently. My family was in town. I had a glorious week actually away from the game, believe it or not. Away from the game. Yes. I did not play WoW for an entire 8 days. Basically, didn't even turn on my PC. Amazing. Wasn't even at my computer until yesterday. Yo, welcome back. Yo, thank you. Hi, Purple. Let me know if you want to do beta. I am here today. I don't know what we're doing. Yo, what's up, noob? I do want to update the tank tier list. There were so many notes 2 days ago. It was unbelievable. Hi, Darkstar. I got a Nintendo Switch and it's taken over your WoW time. It's a good time to take a break from WoW. I'm genuinely serious, man. They fixed Guardian that 8 day. Kinda. 20% global buff is insane considering they haven't fixed the bugs yet. Yeah, actually, 20% buff to Guardian is kind of insane. Also, I have to say this now. Very exciting news. Now I know. Hello there, Tom Tillion. You have a fantastic name. I am now sponsored, at least for the next week. At least for the next month. At least. By Opera GX. Very cool. Very cool. This is a cool thing I get to say now. You don't have to do anything, but it's cool. I did this. This is a big thing for a stream. It is a big thing. Yes. Very cool. Very cool. Subs Arkin. How's a Blizzard in-game rotation that lights buttons up? Not yet fully, not good enough yet in Life We Win and Lose. Their version of Hikili needs work and improvement. It is not where it should be yet. The in-game cooldown manager and the just in-game, like all of this here is not quite where it needs to be just yet, but I have a feeling that's going to be in their next iteration. Yes, next iteration. Yazan, yo, what's up? Buff Bear? Yeah, hi, there's nothing on TV. You have a great name. I saw your comment and I was like, that's a great name, by the way. I heard that the bugs on Guardian are so bad. So, Yazan, the bugs on Guardian, it's been the thing that's been going around because they buffed the 20% flat damage on Guardian, which honestly I was not expecting. It is true that Guardian Druid is bugged. And it is bugged to an extent that could be 10 to 20% damage. Okay, so that's going to drop in chat. Don't worry about it. If you have not used Opera GX, I actually think it's really cool, and I do like it personally. They finally motivated me to try it, and I will say, I can access Wowhead in Thailand now, which is very nice. I will not be talking about it too much, because there's actually a much cooler piece of news. Hey, Protein. The sponsorship's cool, and if you want to download a new browser, that's there. That'll be there for a month. Don't worry about it. But I got even cooler news for you, which is that tomorrow's my birthday, and I was talking to Kitty about what really cool stuff we can do to celebrate, because I want to celebrate my birthday on stream. And I was thinking about it, and I was like, okay, is there a way, people have been asking for a very long time, is it possible to set up a cooking stream for tomorrow? And I was like, okay, I didn't know. I was like, how would we do it? Now, we came up with like a makeshift setting that would probably work. So now I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, so I could probably figure out how to make it work. And she is incredibly excited. I told her that I was like, why don't we make it like a stream goal and see if we hit the goal, we'll do it this tomorrow. But basically we hit the goal for the cooking stream, then that can be a part of the birthday stream tomorrow. And she was like, great, I'll order everything right now. And I was like, hold on, Kitty, we haven't hit the goal yet. And I came back downstairs about 20 minutes later, and she's like, no problem. I moved the dining room table. Everything's moved around. It's perfectly set up for tomorrow. And I was like, hold on, wait. We're not yet, but she is very excited about this. It's already basically set. So we're probably doing it tomorrow. It was supposed to be a stream goal, but Kitty got so excited that I walked downstairs and everything had already been moved. So to reward her effort, we're probably doing it anyways. We'll see how it works out. Let me see who's on. So we got Soz, who is still in this key, and after this, let me know what you're doing. What is the goal? I was thinking something. So there's yeah, she was very cute. She was very excited. I was gonna put it in Discord, the little video. The goal is, you can see in the top left, we got one spot. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Maybe I have some other people who want to play. So says he only has one spot. Maybe connect later then. Did you enjoy your in real life stream? Oh, I'm glad you did. I want to do more of them, and I think I have a way now to make the goals proper. And that's what this new platform that also I had talked to in the last week. I didn't stream for a week, and somehow stream did all this cool stuff. So I got to make new commands. This thing right here. You see this in the top left? There should be an overlay. Do you guys see Play Blood Death Knight? And it's rotating to B-Day Cooking to the top left. Real life, is that a new MMO? It's a better MMO than retail WoW right now. Can you guys see that? Okay, so there's an overlay to the top left. Now, what this is this is a community-driven goal. You know how sometimes you want to make like a community-driven goal? This allows you to do that. Anyone can donate any amount. Exactly. That's what I was thinking, is I could put like, where do we want to go? And people can kind of vote and we can build it. And also people can make me play things like Blood Death Knight if you particularly want to. I don't really want to play Blood Death Knight until that tank is fixed. I will if I must. But the idea is it's a community-driven goal. You can suggest anything, which is really interesting, because I will mod you immediately if you suggest something inappropriate. There is supposedly filters, but I'm a little worried somebody's going to say something they're not supposed to say. So this is the thing here. Okay. Weirdly, yes, I actually think Brew is doing pretty good. That is the thing right there. That's the one. First time chat. Bounties are a team effort. Correct. So that right there. Let me see if this works. Brew is in an actually okay spot at the moment. Brew's in an okay spot, but Brew Copium is real. Do not buy into Brew Copium. I'm telling you, don't do it. It's like this every single beta cycle. Literally every beta cycle does this. Let me just see who's around. I'm okay with that. Every beta cycle people go, Brew is amazing. And then the actual season comes out and group buffs still exist and Mystic Touch just does not, it does not exist. It's not a group buff. It doesn't work. Oh, Purple's here, nice. I'm trying Brew Holy Moly. Oh, I just saw your message, Purple. All right, let me just see who's around and then we'll make our comp based on that. So I don't know if DPS wants to come. Let's see. Speaking of dead specs, we've seen the Doom and the Mistweaver Discord. So the problem with Mistweaver is that they're propped up. Like if you look at logs and if you check how they're performing, they're incredibly propped up by the fact that they're bugged. And they're using a bugged build, which is probably getting fixed with the lightning. So that almost certainly will not stay. You understand? Like, does that make sense? You would be limited to phys comp. So there's no way they balance Brew to the extent that it is significantly better. Oh, so if that's fixed, then it's over for them. Because I played the other Mistweaver build, which honestly was one of the most fun healers. If I was to rank the healers, genuinely great time. Very, very fun. I am congested. I had a sinus infection a few days ago, so if I just randomly blow my nose, Kato, that'll be a thing. Now, what I was thinking, Kato, and you could tell me what you think about this. So I have to blow my nose probably all day on stream today. Is this something, as I progress, as I continue streaming, and as we move into 2026 and above, do I save the tissues and then like eBay them? Is that what I'm supposed to do? I'm learning still about this world, and supposedly these are the tactics that one should or should not do. I haven't even leveled your brew yet. I don't know. It's just bathwater. This one doesn't work? You don't. The tissues are not a thing. Unfortunate. I see. It is what it is. All right. Roll once biological weapon. Yeah. Hold on. I'm actually dead. That's true. That's a good point. So my family was in town for a week. Are you guys? I'm really close with my family. I didn't realize how much I miss them until they were here, and then I was like, oh, you know what? I haven't seen my family in forever. It was really, really good. My dad was in town, but also my aunt, my cousins, my brother, everybody. Like, everybody was in town. Also, hi Mal, hi everyone. It's been a weird week, but let me tell you the highlight. There was a few highlights, okay? There's a lot of memories and a lot of stuff that happened. But let me tell you, one of them was last night. My dad's last night here. Right before work. I got home 5 minutes late. We went to a buffet. He was staying at a very nice hotel. And I went to a buffet. But this was not your average buffet. This was a fancy buffet. You might not know this about me, but I am autistic. And one of the ways you know that is very simply the fact that I don't wear anything other than what you see on stream is exactly what I wear outside, regardless of the circumstance. I don't care if you take me to a 5-star restaurant. I am wearing this. It is a $3 tank top with $2 shorts and flip-flops. It's the comfiest outfit. Why would I ever change it? Believe it or not, I know. It's like, what's going to be meta next season? Mage. Right. So, no, I wear this. Now, I don't mind. Doesn't bother me whatsoever. I don't really care what people think of me outside. But it was pretty funny. Because I was at this, like, really nice buffet. Like, they had, like, Wagyu flank on tap. And I was like, oh, so good. They had, like, lamb that they, like, on tap. Like, you could just order it infinitely, okay? So, I don't have one outfit because that would be dirty. And that would, if I only had one shirt, I would be moving toward Asmon territory real quick, right? And I'm not a huge fan of the cockroaches. So, I have like 17 of the shirts of different colors, but it's the same shirt, just in different colors, right? No. I sweat. So, like, I have 17 of the same type of shirt and shorts and stuff. Yeah. So, it was like, yeah. And now, this buffet was really good. I would totally go back because it was surprisingly not that expensive. I've never been to a buffet that nice for that cheap. It's something I would borderline recommend to people in Thailand. I had no idea. I don't understand how it wasn't several $100s per person with the quality of that buffet. It was very nice. But I got some weird looks considering this is how I was organizing my time. We will be updating the tank tier list. I know exactly where things are going already. What's up, buddies? Oh, yeah, there's a video of me eating creme brulee for the first time in years as well. I was a little stun-locked. What's up, Splotch? Yo, welcome back. Thank you. We have exciting news for stream, which is that I am officially a sponsored streamer. Yee. Very cool. You don't have to do anything. But that's exciting for me. This is a nice step. Brew S+. No, okay. Listen, I don't want to spoil the tier list rankings, but Brew certainly is doing good. It's copium, man. It's copium. It's absolute copium. Brew is always looking better than it actually is. They never let that tank be properly meta. Now, I wouldn't mind, to be honest, I might not like Brewmaster, but it doesn't matter. I wouldn't mind. Just to clarify, I'm okay if there's a season of Brew, because I think it kind of deserves it. Like, I'm sort of the opinion that things that have been meta for the last 2 years should take a back seat, and they should rotate it. So, for example, I don't mind it if Fury Warrior is 5% ahead, just because, you know what, kind of deserved. Mostly Windwalker Monk. That's what would really get me. If Windwalker got buffed to the degree that it was meta in keys, would anybody complain? In particular, like all the monk specs, to be honest. What's up, Dusk? Every single monk spec, if that actually got buffed, would anybody... What's up, Lona? You know what I mean? Wouldn't that be just good? If Mistweaver, Brewmaster, Windwalker, those specs have been so bad in keys, technically. Not bad, but just not meta for a long time now, so I think that'd be good. I want to test the Guardian Druid damage buff. I will do an Algathar Academy I will pull it, relatively speaking, like a demon. This is my first key in like 8 days, so we'll see. But then this week was so bad after maining monks. Okay, let's see the Druid damage. Yo, DPS, you want to come DPS? Or if you're only tanking today, let me know. Power to the monks. Would it be a great yes? You can't get it right now so that no one is upset. Well, there's a warrior right there. There's no such thing as no one's upset. Dave, by the way. Who dis? Guardian. Do not go fire first and AA now. Oh, yeah, they added a pulsing damage to it. Was that bad? How bad is it, Taze? Oh, yeah, that's right. They added a pulsing damage to Croth. How is it, like, overtuned? I don't think it needed it. Does a screech still happen with the pulsing damage? Because that's... Yeah, I'm assuming that's unnecessary. Because a screech actually already did a lot of damage. You already had to heal it. Interesting. So, WoW is... Yeah, that makes sense now. So, yeah, that's not good. Oh, knowledge spread coming as a DPS? You can if you want to. Actually, you know, the DPS I'd really be looking for... Are you from... If you want to play, let me know. Before I invite the last DPS, does anybody want to play? They want to come? I'll invite a balanced Druid. We'll have 3 Druids in this run. The best spec, if I really wanted to show off Druid damage, first of all, I got to play Druid of the Claw. Second of all, what I would do is I would immediately invite a Windwalker Monk. Mage is still in the lab, fair enough. You can't... Frost Mage is not difficult to play. I could explain Frost Mage to you in like 10 seconds. Arcane, not so much. Frost? You want to come Windwalker? Hold up, wait a second. Now, Dave. I see Dave, by the way, here. I'll take a Shaman for the buff. Hold up, wait. Yeah, that's what I want to cook too, Lona. Curious. Okay, here we go. Hold up. Fail to... Payment link isn't accessible. Great, all right, we'll fix that. Cook my Arcane Orb since it's buffed. Now, they did buff Spellslinger Arcane, which I said in the last video that I made before I invite this. Fire dot last you know the dot from 70. Okay, that's fine. Question. How is it possible that Arcane, that Mage never just gets nerfed? I don't think in the history of me playing the last 2 years, I have never seen Mage get a set of patch notes where it just says nerf. There is always a compensation. It has been nerfed and then buffed immediately. Come on, bro. No, I'm just waiting for this though. Just waiting a sec, maybe stream friend. Otherwise you. Although we could take this Dave, by the way, dude. I just want to see if there's... You'll stop Beyblade. So wait, anybody coming? Last check. Fire dot really hurts off. Yeah. I've heard the wind, and then you go like that. That makes sense. Okay, that's right, Dave, by the way. Sure. I've heard that it's wrong. I'm logging Windwalker? Oh, wait, you are, Dusk? I'll take you. I'm dead serious that I'll take you, too. Do you do enough damage on your way? I want to show people just how bad this is, man. Kieran toward lobby? I don't know. Nothing on TV. I genuinely don't know. But all I'm saying is that it's literally impossible for Mage to get actually nerfed. I don't really like to buy into the propaganda. Oh, guys, Mage is going to be meta. Can I be honest with you? Mage is probably going to be meta. But they can't do this, though. You have multiple one... Wait a second. Hold up. Dusk Warden. Clarify. You got to clarify with me. You said you have multiple 1% parses. Did you mean 99% parses, or are you bragging about the fact that somehow you are bad enough to get single-digit 1% parses? Because that's actually impressive. It's very hard to get 1% parses. No, that's true. Think about it. It's really... When have you gotten a 1? You can get a 5 or like a 7, but you can't get a 1. You can't... Yeah, I know they did. You can't get a 1. That's really hard to do. Even in a raid fight that you just kind of exist, you'll get like a 2. A 1% parse, that's impressive. Hold up. I'm going to show people get 0. There's no way you can't even get a 0%. You could literally auto-attack the boss, and I'm pretty sure you get more than 0%. All right, Dusk, you want to come next key? Hold up. Hold up. May have a friend from stream wanna DPS. Oh, sorry. Are you coming, Dusk? I will kick this guy. I will, because I did tell him I might have a friend from stream coming, and then we're going to make the key, and we're going to do this. And I'm going to see just how much this damage thing is doing here. Interesting. Interesting. Try again? That shouldn't be a thing. Okay. Okay, interesting. He's back. What's up? Dusk is on. All right, cool. Next seed. I see you. I want to see Boomy. I do want to see Boomy DPS, because Boomy's a little bit behind, though, where people get boosts and still get 1%. That's what I'm saying, nothing. Like, you can't... It's actually impressive you got 1. All right, Dusk. Show me what you got, though. What's the brain dead easy tank? VDH, if it actually gets nerfed, it'll change. So right now, honestly, it's kind of VDH, but the fiery brand bug is pretty massive. I didn't even realize that's exactly how it worked until recently. Welcome back. Thank you, Argus. I'm back. And big news. Hold up. We got to fix one of the things, but look at this. Is there a close second? Bro, like half the tanks are kind of brain dead now. Brain dead? Brain dead easy tank. Hold on, let me clarify something. You said brain dead easy tank. You don't say which tank is going to be the most powerful. You said specifically Prop Pally is not necessarily brain dead. Duck Fist. All right, come. I think that rotationally it's probably Mountain Thane Warrior. Might not be the most powerful tuning, but rotationally it's actually Mountain Thane Warrior 100%. That's the most brain. You literally just... Yeah, Mountain Thane Warrior. Now, positioning and playing the Warrior is a little bit... You can't mess up your rotation. You just... It's 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, 1-2. Keep your shield up, ignore pain. That's it. Revenge to technically trigger shield slam resets, and I'm pretty sure it's exactly the same. And I still don't think... Revenge was buffed by 20%, and the Phalanx was buffed, so maybe there's a little bit, but even... No, because your Apex talent really... You go shield slam, thunderclap, shield slam, thunderclap, shield slam, thunderclap. So, probably Mountain Thane. What are the best performing tank trinkets right now on beta? Does anybody actually have logs of what is considered the best? Because I've been using some kind of random stuff, but the truth is I'm not sure if these are legitimately the highest DPS tank trinkets that I could be using. I feel like even like an Algathar puzzle box for Bear would probably be kind of good. I bet you something like this would be all right. Like a 2-minute on use just for like pulls and Algathar. I want to see how bad... By the way, I'm excited. I want to see how bad your Windwalker is, though. Okay. That might be it, Kitty. You're right. And if that is the case, that is a problem. Bitter Glow. So the problem with Prop Pally is you still have to be on top of your defensive usage. Rotationally, Prop Pally is hit the button that lights up, and it's a little bit less... I don't know. Prop Pally even on live rotationally is you hit Blessed Hammer more often. Like you just... It's a very spammy tank. It's incredibly spammy, and it's not exactly... Fun is not the word I'd use for Prop Pally right now. But it's not that different than it is right now. Mountain Thane Warrior, rotationally. It's just 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, 1-2. You could literally play it with like 2 rotational buttons effectively. What bug does VDH have now? The biggest one that I didn't I knew it was bugged. I didn't know it was this bugged. I confess I didn't know exactly how the bug worked. Is the fiery brand. When you put it on one enemy and it spreads to another enemy, it refreshes the duration. So I didn't quite realize that you have next to 100% uptime on brand right now. What's up, Nico? Yeah, I really enjoyed my time with family. I got to do things that I would never otherwise do. One of them is definitely, by the way, let's play Puzzle Box and see what happens. One of the things I got to do was go to this very fancy buffet yesterday. And I never get to... It sounds like a good bug. Let's not report it. There's no way that doesn't get fixed. Thank you. It was very good. I didn't realize how much I missed my family until recently. Howdy, all. Is that 20% damage for bear? Yeah. Yeah. No, so the steak is very good. There was literally Wagyu flank steak on tap. Let me go ahead and just do one thing real quick, though. Let me put this here like this. 1 second. Uno momento. Yeah, Kitty and I went out. Kitty dressed up. Kitty, what did I wear to this very nice sort of fancy buffet yesterday? Would you like to inform people what it is that I actually wore? The same thing you always wear. On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you describe the quality of the fashion choices that I make in my life? Just scale of 1 to 10. Give me like a 1 to 10. 2. That's not bad. I was expecting 0. A negative number would probably do me justice. I'm good with that. Well, now that you say singlets, well, listen, no. And the reason I know this, and here's why, okay? Because if I was a ballerina, thank you, Kitty. If I was a ballerina, I'm like muscular, but I'm pretty lean. So ultimately, the reason that I would wear a 2 is that a 3 would be too big and a 1 would be too small. I have been spending time with my father recently, and Kitty says, I now understand where you get your sense of humor. Interesting how that works. We become like our parents, huh? Luckily, I like my parents, so I wouldn't mind that. All right, here we go, 15. Let's do it. Countdown. 10. Are you playing Dev or are you playing Aug? Because if you're playing Dev, you are about to do so much damage to this key, it's going to be ridiculous. You have your father. I did have a great time with the dad, yeah. We all had a really good time. The whole family was here. It wasn't just my dad, by the way. It was actually everyone who was here. We had my aunts, my cousins, my brother there. Do I playing the right build? Wait, why don't I have 1 point in Fury of Nature right now? Where's the... Oh, it's Druid of the Claw, that's why. Okay. Dude, I haven't played a key in like 8 days. First of all, let me just see how much damage I can do on this pull. Let me just see how much damage I can do. I will decide how... Let me show you the Guardian Druid tuning. Here's the DPS meters. I'll put it right in my... It was Kitty's first time meeting them. And god damn it, one of my... Okay, so... Hell. I will tell you a story about this, okay? I will tell you a story. My screen is all messed up. Hold up. Sync the lashers. Sync the lashers. Here, puzzle box cast time. Uh-oh, I'm dead. The puzzle box cast time nearly just killed me. That's not good. Okay, puzzle box absolutely banned for tank players. Sorry. I didn't realize. I thought they solved the cast time on it. I actually thought that they fixed it. I hit this before a raise proc because Druid of the Claw sucks. I did sync them really well, which is good. Give me a Ravage proc, or I will riot. You know, I feel like the Guardian Druid damage buff is pretty good. Unfortunately for my Windwalker, it's set to overall. So hold up. Now, this is how bad Windwalker is. Because I'm so sorry. Yeah, I do. So I should have used it a second before. I just forgot that it had... I thought they fixed it. I would have just have kind of assumed that they fixed it. Reset overall on boss. That's pretty rough. I haven't played it a little bit. I feel rusty. That was pretty good Guardian Druid damage though, huh? Not bad. Not bad, huh? Not bad. I feel happy right now. So now what we have to do though is I have to literally hold my rotation and press 0 buttons. I cannot press any buttons here, and the reason is because I need this Ravage proc or I will be in despair. So we want to get in front of the mobs and then thrash. I do feel the Guardian Druid damage buff. Yeah. Well, we're all kids here, I guess. Well, no, hopefully not. I never really understood why people say that. You're like, you look so young. I'm like, I hope not. Okay, so that's current. So we're not going to puzzle box again. This is the same thing that happens on every single pacing, by the way, that I've had in Algathar. I should have available to me right now Incarn, but I don't have Incarn available. So now I have to hold Incarn. I'm dead. Hold up. Okay, reset for the monk. Reset for monk. That right there is a 10-second off. Now, I could have lived that easy. That's not what I'm worried about. Reset for monk real quick. Okay. Yeah, that's actually good for monk. To be fair, that's actually really good for monk. Is there a way I could delay the boss being pulled by like 10 seconds? That second set of ads would be so much damage for me. All right, first of all, this meter, I can't move. Is anybody else having this bug? And does anyone else know how to fix it? Does Bear have a lot of bugs? Not only does Bear have a lot of bugs, the bugs are like 10-20% damage. So they buff Bear damage by 20%. Now, I'm not going to show you any. I will sandbag this key because many reasons. Number one, I don't want Guardian Druid to get nerfed. It should not get nerfed. You got trolled? That's true. I cannot move this meter, right? You can't move it from top left, as in I can't even delete it. Everyone is bugged for? Fantastic. Well, let me just take a moment to appreciate the fact that it's super bugged. Yeah? It's bugged for everyone? Okay. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, it's bugged. So you're telling me that they fixed the damage meters, right? All right, let me move this from the top left. First of all, this doesn't appear to be working very well, does it? I just gotta check something. So I really like this concept. This is the crack game. You see this thing in the top left of my overlay? What this is that basically you can propose any idea for me. I'm gonna update that tier list today. Algathar is back. Dude, there's no Spiteful anymore. No, so you say the word Spiteful, and I'm just like, ugh. You say the word Spiteful, and you say Spiteful, and then all of a sudden I think Sanguine and bolstering in here was, oh my god. Dude. Yeah, the bridges didn't work with Spiteful. I remember that, though. Delete cache? How long did it? Like, 60 seconds cape. They're so good at removing it, but it took forever to heal. The removal was the easy part. I was sitting there and I was like, and then I was done. Like, just like that. Should be max 1 second. How long of a cast time is it? How long is it? How tank feeling a woo? So they did the right thing with tanking. And I'm excited and hopeful based on how they recently tuned. I actually am like a little bit almost cautiously optimistic. They made a decision not to over nerf the top performing tanks because I was expecting those patch notes to literally gut Prot Pally. Weren't you soon? Wasn't that just the expected outcome? Where's my flasks? I have my flasks? Good. Weren't you expecting that? I was. Personally, I thought I was going to open the patch notes and literally Prot Pally was going to be nuked out of existence. Because that's what they normally do. I was hopeful that that was not the case. Now, what they actually did was give Prot Pally a little flick, a little love tap. That's not that bad. Yeah. Now, here's my problem. Is now tank can survive. Soon, can you clarify? Like in higher keys, like very high keys? When you say tanks can't survive, in what context? I need context. Give me context. Okay, here we go. This key for sure. And like you're like 18 to 20 plus. I think that at least half the tanks will have no problem living. I think like you still have some tanks that could have a problem living, and you still have tanks like Brewmaster, which even if they're tuned well, the Brewmaster copium is so real, it's unbelievable. That tank is excuse me. My Moonfire wasn't casting. That tank is unbelievably bad for higher keys. Okay, so I'm not going to get to use my puzzle box at all. Basically, you're telling me that I don't even get to do my rotation because what I want to do here is A, farm a Ravage proc, and then I want to use my puzzle box like right now. Oh, I'm going to die. This trinket is banned for tanks, yeah. And then I want to get a Ravage proc, and I can't even Starfall right now. No, I'm going to change my trinket, and I would like to go again, because this is less damage than I can do. We're going to reset one more time. I can't. Nope. Mostly because my Moonfire bugged. Is this macroed for some reason already on beta? Because it looked like it was mouse over macroed. How's Brew in Midnight? Okay. I am not a Brewmaster. There's a quick reset. But it's not like I did no damage, but I gotta do the first pull right. I can't do Guardian Druids like this. Quick reset, last one. Then we do it for real. Yeah, I know this is a rank 1 Windwalker parse. This is literally the best Windwalker I've ever seen on beta. He's doing his best. All right? Pally's bubble nerf, the nerf bad. I'm really curious. It wasn't not a nerf, but it was a very low nerf. It was a very minor. Poor Unholy DKs. I don't know how the Unholy... I was reading it, and I've been playing Unholy. I don't know how that's going to actually end up semi. Yeah, and there's no way I'm playing this trinket. I can't. No, that's the thing. Mr... I'll just say your run. You know what? Daddy is salty. Here we go. First of all, I'd like to say that I'm quite sweet. But second of all, Brew is... never tuned so high that it's the best, most meta tank for plus 12. Of all the things, genuinely, and I mean this, if Brewmaster was the quote-unquote meta tank, like the best tank, and it was played at the highest key level, I think it would be the only season that meta perception does not trickle down for tanks as much as it could. Because I could not see a world, literally can't see it, where all of a sudden people are just playing Brew in every key level. Because that tank has, even though it's Midnight, still enough of a skill floor. And again, I mean, VDH is when it was so good and not that hard to play. Also just face play. I mean, when VDH was meta, even when Pally was meta, there would be people who walked in without their shield up in like 12s and 15s. So it's not like it's completely unheard of. I don't think that people like Brew overall as a community in World of Warcraft. If you poll every tank, I feel like Brew is pretty low on the totem pole for what people really want from a tanking experience. I know there are people who are incredibly passionate about it, but I don't think that everyone would shift to it as much as they would shift to a VDH or a Pally or a Bear. Okay? They're not bad, though. That being said, they're not bad. If I was going to make a tier list for like 3K, I'm put them kind of low. But if I was going to put a tier list for like what could be the meta tank, I still don't think it's Brew, because Brew Copium relies on Mystic Touch. Mystic Touch is never the answer for keys. It basically never has been. I would be surprised. There's so many factors that would have to go in to Brew being meta. It would have to be overtuned, but somehow not overtuned in Raid, because then they'll nerf it. It would have to rely on physical specs being necessary, but also Mistweaver and Windwalker being bad. That's not too hard to assume could happen. It has as many stops as Bear has, which is a problem. It doesn't bring what other things bring, so it would have to do just significantly more damage and somehow be significantly tankier, which is not unheard of. But you have to play around it a little bit as key levels get higher. I don't know. It's just sort of designed weirdly. It's the same problem that Blood DK has, which is that Blood DK, in order for that tank to be meta, has to be kind of too good. It's one of the biggest problems with Blood DK. I'm sorry, I was trolling with the Algathar. I was trolling with the puzzle box. I thought it would be really fun for this first poll, but it's just literally not gonna work. Tank's scary because die. It's true. Ultimately, tanks should focus on living first and doing big dam and utility later. Every tank will work for a reasonable key level. I still think that the tank changes were the weirdest changes of all the Midnight stuff that has happened, because healing and DPSing feel quite different, but tanking feels exactly the same. Okay? Repping it. So, to be fair, I've been playing a lot with Shaw. I've literally done keys with Shaw, and he's, he's a good Brewmaster. But for me, personally, can I tell you something? I watch him play, and his health bar is kind of sketch. And that's with Shaw playing. And he's like, I'm living just fine. And I'm like, bro, I don't know if you're living just fine. Like, I think that's, with respect, like, I'm kind of, in a weird way, like, I'm watching you and I'm like, my health bar isn't moving. Your health bar is moving a lot. Like, if I was your healer, I'd be kind of stressing. And that makes me wonder, like, that's what always Brew and Blood DK look like. And so it's a little hard for me to say objectively, because if I was a pug healer, I'm, like, tripping. Like, I'm definitely, like, my shoelaces aren't tied. I'm definitely not feeling safe with a Brewmaster or a Blood DK tank, you know? That's not something I would feel Omega Giga confident with. If I trusted him and I was playing at a high level, of course I trust Shaw as a tank, and I would rather play with his Brewmaster than really anyone else, you know, in terms of, like, meta specs. But I think about what that looks like at a 12 or even a 15, and I'm like, yeah, that's concerning to me, because I don't think that's going to work. Does that make sense? In my perspective, what I was saying about that? That's kind of how I think about things a little. My sleep schedule is actually so bad, I've got to see the start of your stream. Well, today's stream probably won't be that long, but tomorrow's stream is my birthday. And I really like celebrating my birthday on stream. There's something special about that, actually. So I'm excited. Give me a Ravage proc or I will riot. I hate Druid of the Claw. I absolutely do not like this tank. This RNG nonsense for my damage is, like, so completely crazy high right now. I want to do damage. I am here to do damage. I mean, I'm here to tank first and foremost, but, you know. Yeah, so basically, the anti-tanks first and foremost, you can't die. That's, like, the #1 rule of tanking. Okay, hold up. I got a SI right away, and then I'll get to this Incarn for this window. Give me a Ravage proc right now. Thank you. That one, I got a Ravage proc. But the other ones, like, still, you can just not get a Ravage proc, and it's so sad, man. I like it. Yo, thank you. Yeah, I've been wondering, actually. So I was thinking, should I just, like, become middle-aged and then grow out the beard and the mustache, but then get, like, a buzz cut? Because I'm sort of muscular now, right? Like, I've been eating a lot this year, and I've been working out really hard. So, oh, yeah, Windwalker is fucking terrible. I've been trying to tell everyone. Like, I said this in a video, and people were like, guys, it's not that bad. Bro, it is that bad. It is that bad. Look. It is that bad. It literally is, though. You know? But yeah, basically at this point, like, I've been divorced now. I live in Thailand. I don't feel like I'm that far off this sort of... I should just get a little... I should put on, like, 5 more kilos. I should lose a few inches off my overall height. And then just send it. Isn't that sort of the goal at this point? Is that the trajectory I'm on? This is... Yeah, this is actually... Is he this... This is, I think, rank 1 Windwalker parse right now. That's what I'm looking at. And he just went... Yeah, I know. That wasn't even overall. This is overall. Overall makes it worse, not better. He's cooking, too. Like, he's doing good. He's literally cooking right now. He was even on the ads padding, he said. He was literally trying to pad. It's tough out there, man. It do be tough out there for Windwalkers. Yeah, I know. That's literally good DPS for them right now, though. The first time I get to see you tank on stream. Oh, yeah, I haven't been tanking a lot recently. To be fair, I'm super lazy right now. Today is not a day that I'm, like, giga locked in. I'm thinking about the buffet I had yesterday, because Wagyu flank steak on tap was an experience that makes me want to maybe become... Let's just say that my views have changed, and now I have to become a millionaire so I can just get that again. Like, I gotta somehow, like, I gotta start fucking people over or something. I don't know what I gotta do, but somehow I have to obtain this Wagyu flank steak on tap again. Because I would just never have any sort of weight. I would be like, dude, it's so easy to gain weight. Yeah, I realized it's very easy to gain weight when you have access to buffets of the quality I went to last night. Then it's not hard. They literally had creme brulee also on tap, and I was like, this is amazing. Oh, we have melee. I'm sorry. I should move a little bit more. Yeah, I was like, holy, this is real good. You know? Yeah. I'm just really trying to highlight. I'm trying to get Windwalker buffed. I actually am a Monk enjoyer. I think that Monk deserves better than this. Okay? You should try a Brazilian grill. I have been wanting to try a Brazilian grill. Yeah. I'd love to. That sounds great. So I'm going to do big dam here. My Windwalker is going to try to do big damage here. He's going to do his best. He's doing his very best. I think he's padding. No one gets to do damage because my Dev Evoker exists. He did good. That's the most I've seen. He's probably combat potion and everything. So I'm actually a believer that monks deserve their time in the sun. Like, they should be able... Okay, let me ask you this. Overall in history, right, there's a lot of stories that have been passed down that are supposed to be lessons for the general population. You know what I mean? Like the old Greek tragedies and the stories, you're supposed to have a lesson from it. You're supposed to be like, oh, right. You know, Romeo and Juliet, I don't know, don't drink poison or whatever it is. I don't know. Like, I don't really study literature. But the point is, in history, there's the story of Icarus. You know the story of Icarus? Good story, right? Flew too close to the sun. Windwalkers don't get to benefit from this story because they're not close enough to the sun. Windwalkers should basically be studying the old siren tales because they're so far beneath the surface that they're effectively a Twilight Zone creature at this point. I don't know why Blizzard hates them so much, but it kind of appears like that, right? You see it living in town? Yo, what's up, CH? Sorry. Happy birthday. It's already 17th here. Birthday's for me on the 18th. My birthday's on the 18th, so it's Sunday, technically. I feel like monk should, instead of physical, I don't know what they could or could not do. The thing is, there's a lot of, it couldn't be an armor reduction talent, because if an armor reduction talent, the problem with armor reduction is that there's a lot of abilities that bypass armor anyway, so it would still be as niche as Mystic Touches. But yes, I do live in Thailand. So to be fair, yeah. I'm not dooming about Windwalker because I can't be dooming technically that much. Overall, we don't know what tuning is going to be like. That's the biggest factor that you should consider is the fact that we don't know what the overall tuning is going to be. They have a lot of time to change some things about the game. Catweave shift. Screech looks like it kind of hurts now. So I am representing the Windwalkers because I'm trying to get you buffed. Like, I'm trying to show you, like, yo, this spec could really use a buff right now. Also, I could really use a Ravage proc on my Echo. I keep spending my Apex talent without actually having a Ravage proc, and that's probably not a good thing to do. Yeah. Have you ever played with the Weak Aura that actually spins your character as an RP event? So what's single target right now? This is single target? I feel... One of the issues with tank tuning is how much it's AoE pad at the moment. AoE pad is like a big thing for tanks. How I pull this dungeon, how long the AoE packs live and such, is kind of a big difference. Okay, let me move this out of the center of my screen so I can actually see. Yeah, no, literally, there is a weak aura, well, not anymore, but there is a weak aura that spins your character at the rate of your actual in-game animation, which is crazy. Have you ever used it, Soap? Ever used it, though? Last time I remember it was being meta. There was a time in Shadowlands that Windwalker was good, but even then it was competing for meta contention rather than just being the meta. But the meta back in Shadowlands was so different that I don't even know if you could accurately compare it, to be honest. Did we get all the orbs? Somebody has the last one, yeah? Good, okay. Supposedly this boss has fundamental tuning problems now. Yo, what's up, Mavina? Mavina, my family was in town for Thailand, and they were visiting me here, which was super cool. Do I get a chance to Pharaoh Frenzy on the burn phase? 1 second off. And I got to spend the entire last week with them. And also, I kind of did some, like, touristy stuff, which was weird. They wanted to go to, like, temples and whatnot, though. What's the big news? The big news is that I am officially sponsored, which is just super cool. Was that an overlap? Hold up, I got you on the res. We gotta let him do as much damage as he can do. I got my first sponsorship for stream. Very cool. Excellent. Very, very cool. That's the best thing. And that I have some really cool plans for the... So I was good, like I said earlier on the stream, I was going to make this like a stream goal for tomorrow because... Yeah, thank you, thank you. Yeah. Have you guys ever heard of Opera GX? It's pretty cool. It's a big step. It's a big step in the right direction. But yeah, I got Opera GX. Which, by the way, I hadn't actually used. And for the last year, people have been telling me to use it. It just took them sponsoring me for me to actually make the swap and use it. The truth is, I've been supposedly supposed to use it because Wowhead is banned in Thailand. So every time I want to read patch notes and stuff... Yeah, CH, sorry, I'm on the mainstream is over here. I do have a link, and if you download it, I get $3. Just straight up, by you like just downloading it and using it for a second, you don't even have to use it that much. I get $3, which is kind of cool. Okay, let's do a reasonable pull. I don't want to pad too much. I just want to do this pull here. I'm not going to die, but it's going to be a tough kind of pull here, though. No, like so it's definitely... Whoops. Frontal or kick? No problem. We did lose my healer, so this is one of those moments now where I'm going to try to heal my DPS. So they're going to get hit here. I'm going to have to live myself. Watch this. I can heal my Windwalker because I do have this. Oh, thank you for stopping by and saying hi, Melina. I actually want to share some photos and videos. Watch this. I'm going to heal my Windwalker. This is Guardian Druid utility. That's real utility right there. That's not a joke. I could not only keep myself alive on this pull, which does a fair bit of tank damage, and I'm going to CC that cast. I was way late for this, though. But, you see me double heal him? Like, he's alive, I'm going to save him, too. That's a real piece of utility. It's basically like a half lay on hands. It's actually fair Guardian utility. I'm still doing damage, but I was off healing a lot there. And still managing to maintain a fair bit of DPS. Let's just go ahead and pull these. Let's do, like, the quote-unquote safe route. Where we're not going to overall try to pad my overall too much, but we'll just time the dungeon. Tank my first ever... Ooh, Grad Splash. How did you feel? How did you feel? Yes, I want to test the affix. One thing I will do today is I will just go into a +5, not a +15, because that... I forgot to mention that. Bro, that's the biggest tank change they've made, I think, ever. They actually... I was serious about that in my video. I don't think they've ever put something into the game as big as that. There's an in-game MDT now. There's an in-game routing system, and it routes for you. You don't have to worry about being terrorized in your... I will say I think the key margin is too low. I think they need to increase it. Like, I think they need to have that up to a 12 at least, if not just optional. If not just optionally up even higher than that. I think it should be toggled in the interface. I think they should get it good, and I think they should toggle it in the interface and make it potentially something that you could just enable at any key level, including even higher than that. That's what I think should happen. We're going to do the easy route. Normally you skip all this, but I think I'm going to pull this for safety here, though. Which tank do you feel like? That's a good question. What key level, Moon? The first question here is what key level? That should be your first question. Because as we were talking about earlier, let's say that Brew is meta. Yeah? I might die on the next pull because I chose the Incarn here for my own pad damage. 18. Okay, so 18 is different. That's like a fairly substantial key level. Let's say from 15 and up. I think that just like current retail, and I want you to keep in mind that Brew right now on retail is not bad. Yeah, so if you put Brew into the equation, it's not that much better than it is right now. But no one really plays it, right? So basically Pally, VDH, and Brew. On the beta, people are having a lot of Brew copium when they figured out the healing. 1 second. I'm just going to pay attention for a second on this pull. This is one of those examples where they changed how this works, if you remember from Dragonflight. This is a great answer to your question, Moon. We're at this perfect pull right now. These guys have additional arcane damage inflicted on hit, and it is a lot of arcane damage inflicted on hit, so I'm going to die here in a second. I don't know if I could solo sustain myself on this pull. My health bar, look at it. So this is with Dreadful Wounds is applied. This is only a double, too. 1 second. This is an exact example of this. So keys don't always go according to... Oh, I'm stunned. I'm dead. Yeah. If I didn't get stunned, I could probably do this, though. So when keys don't go according to plan, which tank is going to be able to do it? That's a lower key. Numbers will change, and Demon Hunter is bugged positively. Yeah, Demon Hunter is bugged positively. When they fix that, I think Demon Hunter will be good if they fix it. But I was thinking about it's if they fix it. Would you change anything from your previous tier left? Yes. Yes, Harith, I would. I would. Throwing from some keys? Ooh, okay. I'll be down. Sure. Let me think about that. Basically, it's between Demon Hunter, Paladin, and Brewmaster and Moonboom. I think that Guardian Druid is actually fairly well equipped, by the way. I do. I don't think that Guardian Druid is in a bad spot. I think it has infinite potential to live one-shots. How are they? No, you're fine. Ask any questions you want. That's not a problem. We got to kick that thing in the back. I can get one kick here. I'll overlap my kick. Whoop, there's the surge. So, for example, on this pole, the utility that I would want is that I have In-Cap Roar, I have Vortex Typhoon, and I have a kick. My kick got overlapped. So now my healer died to a surge cast. Because I went to kick at the last second. What's up, Veronica? So, I think that Kira made a good point in his video. I watched the video. And he was talking about how if all the bugs are fixed, then Brew will get better, and that VDH will get significantly worse. Right? Are you saving the B-Res? He released too fast, and also I'm going to be okay. I'm fine. The battle axes were dead well enough. Let me gather my thoughts. Give me 2 seconds. You say the tanks you're going to play again? Not necessarily that I'm going to play. If I told you... You want to know how many paragraphs of Guardian bugs there are at this moment right now? And DK has survivability bugs. A little bit less for damage. I will send you the bug list, and you will understand almost immediately. Guardian Druid is, I think, the most bugged tank, technically speaking, by spreadsheet bug paragraphs alone. The bugs for Guardian Druid don't just affect its survivability, but also its damage potential a lot. There's a massive difference in what it will do with Rage Gen, with Killing Blow being fixed, with the Apex talent being fixed. But that's kind of still an if it's fixed. But I have a big take and a rant to go on. And I will go on this rant willingly, deliberately. I don't shame Blizzard. I don't know how many people work there. I'm actually like an enjoyer of this game. So I don't like this whole dooming business that we do for Blizzard sometimes. But goddamn, if they don't fix the bugs that are present on beta, that just means they're so understaffed. I don't know, man. That must mean... They've got to be so ridiculously understaffed at that point because we, the players, literally do the work for them. If you go to any Spec Discord right now, they already have a list of all the bugs. It can't be that hard to fix. It would be a totally different story if Blizzard had to do it themselves. Then I would understand. I'd be like, well, that's a lot of work. You know, they have to go test all the classes, and maybe they'll be behind, and maybe the Guardian Druid stuff is a little nuanced, because it is nuanced. Like, it's not super obvious why that would be bugged, or how that's supposed to work, or what that's intended for. It's okay, I get it. But I can tell you what all the bugs are, because we, the WoW players, are incredibly passionate. They've already somehow done some weird black voodoo magic. We're okay. We pay them to beta test their game. I don't know how they did that. That's impressive, okay? I'm gonna go heal my healer. So they've already done that. At least use our feedback, right? Like, cause like there's just no way. Like in my head right now, I'm like, there's no way they wouldn't fix the very many egregious bugs when we're all making videos telling them what the bugs are. Right? That being said, wasn't DK, just out of curiosity, yeah, this week for holy shit. For the tank specs, I'm pretty sure Guardian has a lot of reported bugs. There's a few others that I know of, but 39. Only 39 protein? Those are rookie numbers. If they wanted to get it fixed, they have to make that number 69. And then all of a sudden, if that number was 69, gamers would be like, nice, and they would fix it immediately. That's what they're missing right now. My single target is not bad at the moment. I am managing to do fairly substantial single target, although I am also kind of padding this key a little bit, though. So that's my little rant, and I think that's a fair rant, and honestly, like a fair critique, is that if we're compiling the bug list for them, honestly, they should be able to fix it. Do you agree with that? Is that a fair take to have, do you think? Like, if we're doing the work for them, then they should be able to figure out how to fix it. Right? That's just my general thought process. Also, I am lagging something fierce just a little bit. Yeah, just the general... As a general way of looking, that's how I would approach it. Oh, I got bark skin on me, and I kind of want to use this. Okay, so Ravage proc guaranteed. Send the Apex talent. Mangle, Thrash, 1-stack Iron Fur. It auto-consumes. Then I'm going to go here. This one should auto-consume as well. It does, so it doesn't bug. That's good. Moonbeam, are you still here? Because I want to actually tell you some of the egregious bugs. I will actually go into it, and I will make it very simple. I got distracted by this previous area. For Guardian Druid right now, I would argue that this area is legitimately hard. Okay, good. Moonboom. First of all, sorry, your name is Moonboom, not Moonbeam. How did I get that wrong? Okay. Right now, all the extra rage that we're consuming does not contribute to our CDR. That's a big one for Guardian. Another thing is that Mangle is not being reduced cooldown during Incarn, so that would smooth out my rotation a lot. Another thing is that our Apex talent is supposed to give us 3 charges that echoes in 3 different ways. All 3 of them are not working correctly as intended. They consume Ravage proc, so I get less Ravages in every single Incarn Apex window. That's 2 less Ravages that I'll get. And they consume Rage. That might be intended functionality, in which case, okay, the Guardian Druid buffs were great. But if it's not, and it's supposedly not how it's intended to work, wow, Guardian Druid would be doing a lot more damage right now, because I would be literally getting more cast. What I was supposed to do in that window to min-max it is that I'm actually not supposed to press my Raise or Ravage at all. I'm literally supposed to press Iron Fur because it will auto-cast for me and consume the proc by itself. I would be wasting a global, right? On top of that, Lunar Beam just does weird double dipping or not double dipping, okay? I'm going to play your Warlock, which is so I can... She wakes up, she wants to tank. How... You guys want to go to high keys? If you're... First of all, if your girlfriend is going to tank for you playing a Warlock, Moon, you've won at life. Just saying. That sounds Omega. I did the wrong route here, by the way. I was supposed to skip the one Ravager, and then this route is much better, though. You just 17th. Okay. First of all, I don't know what you did. I don't know how much of a Giga Chad you are, but that is absolutely... That's the goal, you know. Imagine your significant other tanking for you. Wow. If anybody has a story like that, please tell me, because that's amazing. I'd love that. Oops. Got you, Rez. If you just hit your cooldowns, I feel bad. Are we saving this key? If we don't die right now, kind of. Do you have all tanks leveled, and are you okay with actually swapping to whatever's meta? Out of curiosity, Moon, would you literally swap to whatever's going to be quote-unquote the best? Because the real answer in that case is wait. The actual answer, if you want the proper approach, is don't decide yet. The only reason you need to decide right now is if you actually, or she needs to decide, is if you want to level the character, get used to the character, and prepare 2 months in advance. There's a lot of time, though. I really don't think that's the wisest decision. I don't think that's the best use of your time. I think if you really want to get an edge competitively, you should just play beta. If you have access to beta, the best thing you could be doing with your time if you're trying to get a competitive advantage or even a meta advantage is literally play beta. Because you can learn the dungeons, which is going to be way more valuable given that class tuning will change, but the dungeons themselves probably won't change that much. So getting more familiar with the route, getting more familiar with how your spec is changing in Midnight compared to how it's on retail right now is significantly... That's going to do you the absolute best That's going to do you the most good. And to clarify this, a lot of people don't realize, when Midnight actually does come out, I'm going to give you an absolute IO hack. In fact, I want to do this tomorrow. It was something I would think about for my birthday stream. I was like, what special thing could I do that's a little different than how I would normally choose to play? Because I'm going to want to play beta, etc. What special thing could I do? And I was like, ooh, I know. Tomorrow, I kind of want to do a 0 to hero on retail pre-patch. What would I do? What spec would I do 0 to hero on? Basically, it has to be not fully geared right now. So it has to be a fresh character. 0 to hero challenge. Except that I want to put my own spin on it. Is that a sponsor? Yeah, it is a little sponsor. It is a little sponsor. Windwalker Monk. Ah! Oh, I'm open to it. I'm open to it, okay? I actually like Demo Warlock. Demo Warlock's one of my favorite DPS specs. No. I'm not going to level up. It has to be max level already. I don't like the leveling process. So, yeah, it could be a monk. But get this. I want to prove a point. Because I'm way too sarcastic for my own good. Yeah. So there's basically going to be a massive Windwalker buff soon. I know. This is the overall for this key. We did time it, by the way. Okay, that's the overall. That was the best Windwalker I have played with thus far. Also, Guardian, don't show anyone this. Hey, Moon, did you watch Kira's video? What did Kira say he did in Algathar? Granted, that was a 19, and I pulled this poorly, but what did he say he did? What was his DPS? I did log that, so unfortunately that'll get logged, and it'll go into the things. What was his damage? That's pretty good. Not bad. I didn't even min-max as much as I could have. Feels good on the rip. You are Dusk. Dusk, there's a clip. Where is it? I just posted it today. Hold up. Wait. Look at this is... I had a Windwalker in here. By the way, this was amazing. Dude, I had a Windwalker. And he was so upset with his damage that he rage quit. He literally rage quit, and it was kind of funny, I'm not going to lie. Instead they buff damage, just fix the problems, could be a lot better. They shouldn't have done a 20% aura buff to a tank that is bugged. In my opinion, they should have fixed the bugs, then decided how to tune. But because I'm a Guardian Druid player, actually speaking, you know, Guardian Druid is so bad right now. They need to buff this by another 20%. Don't look at this. Guardian Druid, don't look at this. Look. Let me find a bad pull. Oh, look. Like, I mean, this is... Oh, no, that's still pretty good. There. No, wait. No. There you go. Guardian Druid, look at this log right here. Man, Guardian Druid does so low down. And they need to nerf Arms Warrior too. You just, we got to sandbag our own specs here. Yeah, fucking Guardian Druid. Oof, man. Shout nerf over the holidays comment. You know it was, though, Taze? They confirmed that. Dip in where there was other hero talent. No, I know. I was in the dungeon, he rage quit. Yeah. It was kind of funny. They did confirm it. I knew they did too. This is how you play Windwalker on beta right here. Hold up. This was the clip from that. Wait. Make a play Blood DK for a key. Yo, that bot that just came in, does that work right now? Out of curiosity? I like the concept of it. It's the cracked gaming thing. You guys see that come out? It's on the top left, and it's probably overlapping with details. I should change it. This one right here, I'm changing it as an overlay. Somebody said they tried to contribute to it, and it didn't actually let them pay for it. You're in that clip. There you go. There's no way we're not... No, I know. It won't be, by the way. So this is what it's supposed to look like. And you're supposed to be able to suggest your own bounty. This is what it's supposed to be, by the way. Here, hold up. Yeah. And that's what, look at Croft, though. I'll take a look. This. You guys can't use this, huh? It's a new thing. You're supposed to be... Wait a second. No, somebody did... Wait, shit. No, somebody did actually use $20 for it. Okay, no. Never mind. It does work. You're supposed to be able to suggest whatever it is that you want to suggest. So you can propose your own thing. Like, you as a person can just walk in here and be like, Yo, woo. Now there's a crack. There's a filter. There is a filter. Don't say inappropriate shit. But you can technically be like, do a TikTok dance. You can do whatever you want me to do, and I can decline it. I'm just saying. But the idea is that you're supposed to be able to do this, though. You have to sign in using your Twitch account. I'm not... This is the first day I've had this active, so I'm not exactly sure. If we don't reach this goal, Kitty is going to be so upset. Because Kitty, I told her that I was going to put this as a stream goal for tomorrow, right? That for the birthday stream tomorrow, we would do... Part of stream would be a cooking stream. And she was like, all right, bet. She was so excited about this. She technically... She already ordered everything and also moved the entire table. So I'm going to be real. We're probably doing that regardless. Because I walked downstairs and she was like, I did this though. Devour Demon Hunter is a whole other topic for tuning because that's so... I don't understand how it's so bad. Sticking through it though, it's just straight up dedication. Yeah, but Monk, if you're a Monk player, I mean, aren't you... I don't want to be rude, but aren't you used to this? Like, I'm not trying to be rude, okay? But isn't this sort of your expectation? Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, okay, Dusk. And let me ask you, so you said you're a good Windwalker, too. You're like a proper Windwalker. That's what I'm saying. You kind of can't be... I agree. I agree. Don't come at me, come at Blizzard. I like Monk. I think Monk is great. Don't come at... I believe you. I genuinely do. Let me take some salt real quick. I agree, by the way. To clarify, I agree completely. The Survival Hunter main for 8 years. Okay. Well, Dusk, you could be a survival hunter. What do you think? Thoughts? Would you rather be a survival hunter main or a Windwalker main? I'm Poland. You have to choose. You gotta choose. You say thanks. You're gonna play again? I have preferences. I'm not a... I will say that objectively, it can be a little hard for me to rank Brewmaster because I have to depend on what I see from other people, considering that it is the tank I have the least amount of time on. Now, I will just be honest with you, though, and tell you right away, okay? Oh, wait, okay, whoever donated $20 to this, I can't see who it was. They need to fix that a little bit because I can't see who donated the $20 for the cooking stream. I would like to say thank you, but I can't see that. And yeah, I do have a link, by the way. What? Yo, what's up? Thank you for this up, DN. Let's go 3 months. DN, I haven't seen you in a long time. I hope work's been going well and everything's going good for you. Guardian damage buffs feel decent at the very least, though. Send your chat. Nice. Well, you did. They sent your chat bot. Okay, you donated, so you could use it. I just wanted to see if you could use it. Thank you. First of all, Taze, you've just bought me... So here's the one thing. You know how when you donate to people, what's stopping me with respect? Because I said cooking stream, right? This is like how they do things. This is like this is if I'm going to run this like charity cause for myself. What's stopping me from just ordering premium ice cream with that $20 instead? You see my way, my mind... I'm not going to do it because that would be... Me? I'm an ethical guy, but I'm just saying, you know, the ice cream addiction is kind of real. I started ordering myself ice cream, and I always want ice cream now all the time. It's what our equivalent are damage amps. There's a problem with a lot of DPS specs right now. It's not just Windwalker, to be fair, Dusk. There's actually an issue that a lot of DPS feel very flat to play. And also, I can see my breakdown, right? Oh! Yo, this looks much better. Wait a second, this looks much better. Oh, I don't like the fact that this is bugged up here. I'm just kidding. We will use it for the cooking stream tomorrow. All of the proceeds go to the cooking stream tomorrow, though. Been watching the vids whenever you post. I'm going to make a lot of Patreon content soon. I've been waiting because they're going to change stuff. This is significantly... What do you guys think about this? This looks much better, right? The shading, the coloring, the fact that I can see my breakdown now. Thoughts? What do you think? I still don't like the fact that I can't see damage done and DPS on the same thing, though. I haven't seen the death logs. I'd try it. How accurate are the death logs? Actions, deaths. Ooh, it's just the same as it was before, but I at least can see it now. That's good. I mean, I knew they were going to do it, though. When our identity game, I was always learning. Yeah, I mean, back in the day in Shadowlands, it was at an all-time with you had to time Zwen, this, plus your Bone Dust Brew, plus that, etc., etc. And that was a little bit much, but I did find it fun back in the day. So you can see better? Wait, it's in the opposite order. This is the end of the key. That's the end of a key, so this is the first death. This is just the Void plus Lunge. It was a Surge cast, and then this was also Surge. It is all be Surge cast. I died. Oh, yeah, we had to reset for a second. Oh, I can see how much the Spellbound Weapon does now. That's good. It's the same as melee. Okay. That's cool. That's cool. Is that a crit? Oh, and it does tell you the timeline, kind of. Okay, the death logs could use some work, but honest thoughts from somebody, if you were dooming before, this as a DPS breakdown, what do you think? I think this looks all right. A genuine thought process here is that actually looks okay. I don't think that looks that bad. It was bad, but I think that looks okay. Not that many people play Monk Blizz. Stormwrath and Firepower deck and just remove it all together. I think it's funny. We're sitting here having a conversation about Windwalker Monk. Bro, first of all, how come mages are never bad? At this point, out of spite, if nothing else, they should nerf mage and have it not be good for a season. Have it be B tier. Have the top performing mage spec be B tier. It is a popularity contest. At the end of the day, isn't it? It is, isn't it? That's what I think, too. Random, you want to come? Who wants to play right now? Souls is in a key. Random, you want to come? Shaman. And then Purple, you want to come? You rounds. Oh, Cape said he wants the DPS. No problem. Taze, you want to heal? No, you're fine. I'm happy to heal you. I just don't play healer, so I'll higher keys on my throw. We can do 15s. That's fine. I don't mind testing some stuff. I will be playing what tank next? Talk about Windwalker here in 30. Yeah, I know. Well, it was... Can I heal on your H-Pal scraps? Let me see what we have. I think Taze is healing right now. Taze is healing at the moment. It's a final boss. Nice. I think about 20. Okay, Cape, so next key. Gotcha. Purple wants to come. What do you want to play, Purple? Eat McDonald's? No problem. Take your time. That was probably tankiness. So... Yoda has been saying, I haven't done 19s on beta, to clarify. I haven't done 17 before I took a break. I haven't done 19s. Yoda has been saying, at 19 plus, there are some mechanics for prop pally that are hard to deal with. There's the bleed on Ember Dawn, there's the bleed on Croth, there's a few things that just get a little harder for prop pally to deal with, but you can run Sentinel if need be because your damage is so high that Sentinel isn't a huge loss. However, overall... Pally feels, in my opinion, good. They changed the Windrunner spot. Yeah, I know. They also, not only can you not dwarf it, but you also was a nerf to Evoker. Evokers can't cauterize it anymore either. But didn't they make it so it only lands on one target instead of two? Was that the change I saw them make for it? There were so many changes. The biggest one was the Lindormi affix. That one was huge. That was a massively good change, and I'm surprised it took them so long to do this. All right, what tank am I playing next? Thoughts? Not Blood DK. I don't want to play Blood DK right now. I could just stick on Guardian Druid, but I kind of don't want to get too many high logs, though. No, I haven't. I haven't tested it yet. Brewmaster? Let's say Pally, VDH, Warrior, or Bear. I'm gonna play VDH. Not just a good content video. So random. Pally. Pally crazy. It's Paladin. I'll make a video about that. I haven't seen me play bear yet. I played bear that last key. I was chilling. My healer died a lot. So bear health bar, the way to play bear right now is a little weird. I also have this cook on a Guardian Druid build that normal people aren't playing. For what it's worth, I'm playing this Guardian Druid build and I haven't seen a single person play it. Everyone thinks that this is better, and I'm kind of not convinced that this is better than 2 points in Reinvig and 2 points here. I don't know what Kira was playing in his testing. I know Kira's one of the only people who actually played. Yoda doesn't like bear. Most people at the highest level don't really like bear for whatever reason. Even though bear is a much more nuanced version of itself, a lot of people just don't like it. That's fair. I like bear. And I don't know what build he was playing. But this feels super smooth to me. This feels buttery. I am not sure, because a lot of people are playing like this. And they're dropping the endurance and they're going either Guardian of Elune for iron for uptime or just this for damage, but this is a little whatever. I think that a lot of people are playing over here. Or even 1 point this. And they're playing through this. I don't think that's, I don't know. How does one know what tank suits them? Blood Bottler. I literally have the video exactly. It's a 37-minute video. It was a YouTube member or Patreon video. But if you really want it, Blood Bottler, you let me know. You let me know. What does that mean? I am okay just giving it to you at that point. I made a 37-minute video specifically talking about the playstyles, and tomorrow I can just go on a rant. Today's stream, not that long. Tomorrow's stream is a birthday stream, and I kind of want to play WoW all day. It's my Sunday. I'll have time, and we'll just do a bunch of fun stuff. Tomorrow will be like a gigantic fun hangout stream. Might do some cooking, potentially. That stream goal has pretty much already been reached by Taze. Thank you, Taze. So we'll do that. You'll get to see my kitchen. There could be a house tour. Actually, can you guys, can I just ask you, by the way, I've never in my entire life, I've been streaming, I started streaming basically 2025, so over a year now. I ain't never done like a subathon or a this or a that. I have a lot of food allergies, so I can't just be like out here eating jelly beans that taste like socks. I saw Chris doing that earlier. It was funny. What should I do? I can't do a 24-hour stream. I thought about it, and I was like, okay, what if I did a 24-hour? I'm like, I'm pretty sure I don't have work on Sunday, but I got work on Monday. So I could see myself. That would be too much for my health. But what should I do? No, yeah, Kitty could. Westford, we can get things for Kitty. I was thinking, I was like, you know what I'm not allergic to? Energy drinks. I'm technically not. I could just do like a monster taste test. We could just play bear. All right, what next key? What key you want to do? I'm not allergic to energy drinks. I got a great TikTok of you and not even mad. Which TikTok? Heart attack stream for the win? Well, like, I don't know why. You don't have to torture myself necessarily. Should do a viewer. I was thinking that it would be fun to do a 0 to hero on retail instead of beta for a day. You grab it. Oh yeah, I had an ish. Oh, she was filming me with the cat, and I was like, I got an ish, and then I just used that clip because I thought it was funny. Yeah. Because I was like, we gotta like just like take a video. He's really cute. Just got you're playing Druid of the Claw right now. Yeah, Druid of the Claw is better for damage. I can do Elune's Chosen for testing after 20%, but I like Elune's Chosen, but it's not as much damage. Let's try it. We could play EC for a difference. We could play one key as EC, and we're just not going to do as much damage. What key would you like to do though? Thoughts? What's up, TH? What key? What key we wanna do? That link. I should post this. I should pin it. That right there. I am now third. Cool. Ooh, very cool. That's actually like huge news for stream though. Also, watch your YouTube vid. Did you like the YouTube video that I filmed on my phone out on a porch in Thailand? I wasn't at my computer, and I was like, guys, I think they fixed tanking. I was so excited about that. Genuinely, though. Is Elun's more buggy? It needs more tuning. It's the problem is that our Apex talent, effectively our Apex talent, our tier set, and the changes they made to Guardian favor Druid of the Claw so much more than Elun's Chosen that it's near impossible to make them competitive. You couldn't buff Elun's Chosen to the degree that it does more damage for what it's worth. You simply couldn't. You wouldn't be able to buff it in a way where Druid of the Claw would not also get buffed. Because if you buff Thrash, then Druid of the Claw benefits. If you buff Mangle, Druid of the Claw benefits more than that. Thrash would be the only tuning target. But Thrash is already such a huge carrying part of Elun's Chosen that I don't know if they'll buff that specifically. They could take power out of Ravage, but then they should put it elsewhere. Also, new details meters, at least I can actually say this. I will, just as of today, I will put this here. So look at my overall damage in the last key. This is Druid of the Claw breakdown. That's Ravage, that's Raise. This is all one button. That's how much, what percentage of my damage now? 1%, this is what, like 50% of my damage is from one ability. It is I do feel like they could take some power out of that and bake it into the more base kit. That would help Elun's Chosen. But Raise as Elun's Chosen doesn't hit as hard. We can compare and contrast. So, okay. Can we do another Algathar? Actually, can we do one more AA? I'll do the same pulls in AA, give or take 1 or 2 pulls that I want to change. And I'll compare it with AA, and I'll compare it with the same build. Let's do that. I'm good with that. Cool, let's do it. Yeah. Why don't we do that? And then we can just test directly Elun's Chosen versus Druid of the Claw. We'll have it as a comparison. Do I need to reset? My main problem with some of the decisions they've made for Guardian is... Oh, I forgot to reset. I knew it. Okay, walk out. Don't go in yet. I think that my main problem for Guardian is I think they missed what the player base actually wants. There's a subset of the Guardian Druid population who are super interested in having a more complicated version of the tank. I think that's a minority of Guardian Druids. Like, there are some people who are like, Guardian Druid. That tank is for people who don't want to actually tank. You don't really think is that tank. People who play Guardian, they're not real tank. Whatever, right? There's this whole argument for that. Because macroing Iron Fur as Elun's Chosen, hitting Lunar Beam and Thrash is simpler than a lot of other things, with positioning, etc. Okay. But I don't think that's bad. That's what I'm trying to tell people. I don't think that's bad, though. I think it's good for the game. I think the game needs things that are accessible and simple, if that makes sense. I agree with you, Harith, for what it's worth. Hey, Nid, I'm doing pretty well. I had my family come in town this week. And I went to a really fancy buffet yesterday. So I'm just sort of riding the high from that because I don't know when I'll get to go back there. It was so good that they had Wagyu on. They had like Wagyu flank steak on tap, which was unbelievable. I wore the same thing I'm wearing right now. Oh, shit. Literally the same thing I'm wearing right now I wore there. What's up, Spence? Hey, Spence. So... it was really good. Happy birthday in advance. Thank you. My birthday actually is tomorrow, so today's like a chill stream. Tomorrow, we are trying 2 new things today. Algathar Academy, let's do it. You need to watch? No, well, it's one day. It's one day is fine. I have the same shirt, just many different versions of it. I think one day is acceptable. Moon. Well, Kitty asked me what I wanted for my birthday. I want to just celebrate with stream, and I want to do fun stuff. Some different things that I'm used to. B, okay, what I want to do is just eat, probably. Now I'm obsessed with food. The problem is if you give a mouse a cookie, he'll ask for a glass of milk. They've given me the cookie, and I now want my glass of milk. Bro, food is so good. I would never have a problem gaining weight again in my life if I could just go to that buffet on a regular basis. Unbelievable. Holy shit. So good. But I have to eat pretty medically. I don't know. I've had a lot of medical problems my whole life, though. What's up, friend? Gotta get the point he's talking about, though. Enhanced Shaman is not the same than Retribution Paladin. With the Midnight changes, there are 3 things to know, and that it very much depends on your role. Tanks, healers, and DPS are not made equal. You heard it here first. I know, it's 2026. I'm not supposed to say stuff like this. You sit down for just a second, listen to me. I'm gonna be honest with you, and I'd love your opinion on this. I genuinely do. If you're a tank player, a healer player, a DPS player, let me know. I know, TH. It's okay. Hit me with it. Is the game the same as a tank, a DPS, and a healer? It is not the identical experience. That's not necessarily a bad thing. It's okay that some roles have more responsibility. But going into Midnight, they simplified all 3 roles. Tanks got simplified by like 5%, 10%. Some tank players will argue that it's 20%, but it's really, basically tanking is identical to what it feels like. Feeling-wise, tanks are the same. I am doing exactly what I'm doing right now on retail. Okay, that's number 1. Number 2, healers feel way easier. They simplified the talent tree to the degree where most healers have 1 or 2 procs that you might have to track. Some are slightly more complicated, but effectively, they really are just, you hit a few buttons, you kind of understand the basics, you could pick up a healer much easier, the damage patterns in dungeons are more suitable, etc., etc. DPS. There are some DPS who got gutted. Like, I can't explain to you that there's one thing that you track on a cooldown manager and you just blast, you hit 1, 2, 3. The problem is, how the hell are they going to make 40 unique specs with that system? That's the concern, if that makes sense. Not the tuning, but rather, how do you make Feral Druid feel different than Assassination Rogue feel different than every other melee? What is the difference now? It can't just be different colors. It can be class fantasy, but ideally, it's actual unique gameplay loops, unique class fantasy, unique this. It would be awesome, ideally, if people were like, bruh, it doesn't matter, like, you know, how good your classes will take you. Windwalker class fantasy is doing healer damage. What do you think? Is that the Windwalker class fantasy? Give me just a second. Hold up. Let me just respond to this real fast, though. You think sucks now? Have you played it on beta, Jax? Before saying that, have you actually played it on beta? Okay, let's go do this key. When I stop and think about it, though, my favorite tanks and the tanks that I feel like are doing really well on beta, I'll have to think about that for another second before I answer that, because I'm tired. I need salt. And then game is up. I got an 8-year-old motherboard, and I'm still on a... Cape, let me ask you a question. I'll ask you a question in reverse to answer your question. What's your grandfather's name? You can come up with a name if you don't want to tell me your real name. What's your grandfather's name? I think they got to fix a support role. I kind of agree, Fran. I actually thought that one thing they could do would be to make tanks more of a support. A little bit less independently tuned and a little bit more of a support. I actually think tanks would like that. I genuinely think if all tanks had, like, imagine you had it wouldn't ever work for WoW, but imagine you had something like a group cheat death, where you as a prot warrior, you were like shield wall, and your entire group was 50% DR for 8 seconds. Something like this. It wouldn't work, but imagine the class fantasy of that. Like an AUG tank. That would be incredible. Or like a paladin that basically goes group immunity 5 seconds. You would remember the moments that you saved your group for years on end. Your group, your friends would talk about, do you remember that one moment where we were all going to die, but you group bubbled, and you were like, everybody would remember that. I missed the question. What was it again? If tanks were actual support roles, right? Not just like new tanks, like a shaman tank or whatever. I mean, like, literally the current tanks. It would be impossible to balance. They never do it. But if, for example, your blood DK was like, oh, your grandpa. I was just asking you what your grandfather's name was. Yeah, there's a reason. Don't worry, I got you. I don't bear with me here. I was asking you, yeah, what's your grandfather's name? One of them. It could be. You don't have to tell me the real name if you don't want to. No different from it is now. Well, some tanks like Pally do have sack and whatever, but I'm talking about taking this to the nth degree. And tanks actually could do crazy things for the group. I just think it would be a fun gameplay loop. It'd just be impossible for them to balance it, unfortunately. If there was only 2 tanks, they could do it. No, they would never be able to balance it. It's also the same people who say, oh, it would be great. They should add a 7th tank. Met him. Okay. What I was going to say, Cape, the joke has sort of passed, and I'm okay with that. That's all right. But for what it's worth, what I was going to say was that whoever your grandfather is, he probably knows more about technology and computers than I do. I am very bad with technology. So I am a Worgen. You notice that? Yeah. I'm a Worgen because there's no particular reason. Mike, couldn't tell you why. Hold up. Why would I play a Worgen? I have no idea. It's completely, I rolled the dice. And it was this or a Torrent. It wasn't Volpera because I'm not weird, but completely unrelated. There's no bearing on it whatsoever. All right, EC damage. I have to reset the meters. I don't know if they fixed this bug. Okay. I don't have this, so we're going to go... Whoops. I double procced Apex. So I'm still basically playing nearly identically to how Druid of the Claw plays. I'm still doing damage, but you're going to notice that there's no way I'm going to match my Druid of the Claw overall. Even though I will min-max this fairly well, I'm not going to play it like super off or anything like that. But I just can't quite get the same overalls. It doesn't work. I mean, I'm doing a lot of damage, to be fair. Keeping things in my Lunar Beam. I'm doing the right stuff. That's not bad for EC Bear, but it's not quite enough either. Part of the reason I'm doing so much... Oh, this is going to be a weird key. We just so happen to be playing with not the highest tuned DPS at the moment. Look, man, he's doing his best. He's doing his best. I want to push him midnight with Brewmaster. Okay, racial abilities. It doesn't matter, friend. You play whatever you want. I'm serious. At this point, Shadow Meld skips, you have the potion if you absolutely need them. And right now, I can only see like a few Shadow Meld skips, to be fair. But yeah, basically, Shadow Meld skips are the only reason where it's like you literally can't play this key without a Night Elf. As of right now, any race will be it just fine. You beat someone, the healer. He beat the healer at least. Yeah, I wouldn't worry so much. I think that I would play what suits you and what you want to play. I think that you'll be A-okay to do that. That makes sense? It's 2026. We shouldn't be... Should I make that video? Is that a YouTube vid? That seems like a bad idea. That seems like I'm pushing my sarcasm a little bit too far. But I feel like I should make a video where it's like end racial discrimination in World of Warcraft for 2026. It'd be kind of funny. Because it's true that I understand that the fantasy of it, but actually it is genuinely, and I do mean that. It's weird, and I'm assuming that it just makes them a lot of money, and that's why they do it. But in actuality, it is weird that you have to ask yourself, hey, I really want to play Keys next season. What race should I be? That's actually weird. That shouldn't really factor into it, in my opinion. You should basically be able to just do what you want to do regardless and play for fantasy. The Windwalker is not even trolling. He's literally doing his best, and he's not even doing bad right now for what it's worth, though. You know? I have a question if anybody knows technology. I want to buy a new camera for stream. What camera do streamers actually use for like videos and stuff and streaming? I don't know. I was doing some research and I got overwhelmed immediately. No, it feels bad. Like if you're not... The truth is, if you're not a dwarf, you're trolling. Like, dwarf in this next season is going to be borderline more powerful than it is right now. Like, that's not fair, and it shouldn't be the case, but it absolutely is. If you're not a dwarf, you're kind of trolling your team. You will make your healer work harder for a lot of things that they shouldn't have to work that hard for. Okay, I'm really curious to see my damage, because this playstyle fits me so much better. I don't have to depend on some random RNG proc nonsense. I don't have to do weird banking stuff. You didn't get my pun? I mean, strong. I might have missed it, Harith. Buffed again? No, I'm talking about the 20% damage buff, but to be fair, I do notice it, and I don't feel bad about Guardian Druid damage at the moment. I'm going to update that tier list today. That was original. That was, like, from quite a while ago, though. Let's call it just for a regular stream. Like, actually regular stream. Like right now, what I would be using Coco. Not for, like, anything else. Just regular streaming. Yeah, I mean, my overall here, let's see. That's going to be overall. This one's bugged. I can't change this. This meter is completely bugged, and I can't edit this at all, though. A Polaroid camera. Is this so I can send you some things that won't do this, though? Oh, where can I find the bug list for Guardian? I'll link it to you in a second, Yazan. Are you in a rush? If you're not going to head out right after this, and you can give me this key to do it, I'll link it for you in a second. Feral Frenzy, good. Okay, good camera, Coco. I'll spend $500 on it. I'm in a rush. Can you link it now? You do play Guardian. That's not true. I will find it for you after. There is a very good bug list linked in the Discord, but I can just link it for you in a second. I'll spend like $500 on a camera. I'll use it for other things too. Basically, when rent starts getting like a little bit tight, it's fine. But when it does, I just want a good camera, Coco, just in case. Just in case. You never know. I like to keep my options open. That's a lot of buffet visits. Do you know how much that buffet was yesterday? I cannot clarify further. Wagyu flank on tap. Full salmon sashimi, tuna sashimi. I got to try crab and this and prawns and whatever. Pretty much anything you wanted. And, of course, most importantly, infinite red Fanta. How much do you think that was per person at this really, really nice hotel? Really good. What do you think? If you had to guess, I thought that this would be... I thought it would be like $100+. Because even for Thailand, that's really good, though. Pick the passive regrowth. It's bugged right now. It's been bugged for a long time. I don't know if they ever actually fixed it, but I play with the manual one. It's very possible that just because of how it functions, the passive one will be better overall. But at the moment, I'm playing the manual one. Both for myself and for my group healing. Yep, bugged. Yep. Dude, the bug list for Guardian is pretty massive. In fact, one of the problems is just like Blood DK and Guardian both have bugs that affect its playstyle. That's one of the main issues with is that the bugs for both of them actually affect the playstyle, not just the tuning. That's a tough one. It's a tough one. Don't get distracted. Let's talk about the buffet cost. $40. $40 is not insane for a buffet like that. It was $40 per person. Yeah. The only thing is that I was absolutely judged for how I was dressed. I could tell. Yeah. $40 US. So about 1,250 Thai baht. Yup. My poor Windwalker is a fraction of its old power. Yeah. The problem is, and I'd like to ask Dusk what he thinks, because Dusk is actually a Windwalker, yeah? I want to ask, what is the playstyle like? Rotationally, does it feel better? But it is kind of tough right now, though. Yeah. It was really good. I'd go back there, actually. I'd spend $40 on a buffet. That doesn't seem impossible, though. 60 AUD. Well, spot on. Feels way worse. Sucks. Because it's not powerful right now. And also, I'm really mouthing. He's so cute, though. The only problem with that cat, okay, if you throw a fire first, playstyle went from 9 out of 10 to 7. The cat is very, very adorable. But he is also very, very loud. That thing, he is a sonic weapon. I don't know. Some cats are like, I'm just going to stay here and be super cute and do my thing in the corner. And if you touch me, I'm going to claw your face off. But this cat is like, if you don't give me attention right this instant, I will scream until your ears bleed. That's the only problem, actually, for what it's worth. Yeah, that's like the main problem. Otherwise, angelic, wonderful, perfect cat. There's got to be something. There's always got to be something, right? Every time I'm tempted to reroll a different class, I see one of your streams and I get back to Druid mentally. I have that problem too, for what it's worth. I don't know why. At the end of the day, I do know why, and I can actually explain it to you. You know what? No, hold on. I take that back. I can explain it to you. Yeah, I can explain it to you. There are 6 tanks in the game. There should not be 7. Please do not make a 7th tank. I don't want Midnight to fail, and then they're like, okay, guys, we got to come up with something. Emergency 0.5 patch in Midnight. People aren't playing the game. We got to get them to play the game. And all of a sudden, they're like, you know what we should do? The boss bugged, by the way. I think this boss just gigabugged. Let's just make a new Aug Evoker. Let's just do a 7th tank spec. Because if there was a 7th tank spec, it'd be so hype. Nah. Please, no. They can't even balance 6 of them. Imagine there was a 7th. Imagine, but no, they shouldn't do it. It would be hype, but there is no way. They can't even balance 6 tanks. 7 tanks? Augmentation should have been a tank spec? Yeah, it should have. Not only should it have been a... Oh, what the fuck? Tornado right under the boss? Giga Troll. I got you. Shaman tank? Okay, tornado right underneath boss. That's troll. Do I spend my incarn here? No way. What if I asked it to you like this? What gets people into WoW today? What could they release for the game that gets people to play right now? Housing is probably the best answer for that. Actually, though, it might not be my thing, but housing is probably the best answer, I think, to that question. Bard? I'd probably play Bard if it came out. Kato asked me earlier if I have a good singing voice. No. But to be fair, there is a new thing that I've integrated with my stream. It's completely free to use. There is a minimum. You can propose like 10 cents or whatever. You can technically tell me and propose any idea for stream. I can reject it if it's too far. You could, for example, be like, oh, go shave one of your eyebrows. And I'm going to be like, no. Genuinely, I'm going to be like, no. For what it's worth, okay? But you can technically offer anything. And it is this. The chatbot that comes up. You could technically offer it. I just have to be able to actually follow through. So right now, these are the goals that I came up with before stream. Nobody has actually proposed anything yet. You can technically do whatever. All right. Hold up. Wait, let me pull. Those are the goals. You could be like, oh, woo, will you freestyle rap? It's like, you could probably give me $100 and the answer is no. And the main reason that the answer is no of why I will not freestyle rap on stream is because my version of rapping is, how can I say the most inappropriate cringe shit to a possibly okay beat so that no one knows what I'm saying? That's the weirdest thing for... It's always been like this, by the way. Rapping is like one of the weirdest things because people are just like, yo, I've got like these boats and I've got these other very responsible, wonderful women. And it's like, but then they just make a song and everybody's like, oh shit, this is so good. And it's like other rap songs, I don't understand the genre. I guess I put it like this. I don't understand the genre because sometimes when they rap, I'm just like, wait, what did they just say? I'm like, they're allowed to say that? And they're like, yeah, not only are they allowed to say that, people love it. I'm like, why? But why? Do you ever think that? Oh, Little New comes out. I genuinely think Housing will hopefully carry it, though. Yeah, well, but they do it so much. Granted, it's not all rap. Like, you know, there's good rap. But a lot of times when I hear something come up, I mean, nobody listens to the radio anymore, but that's just the idea, right? Like, you know, I love NF. Okay. To be fair, I like NF. Some old school Eminem. I mean, he had his moments. There's a lot of things I like because I like things that have meaning. The biggest thing for me is that I'm a big fan of actually feeling things and thinking. But I swear a lot of people consume media nowadays to think less. And that is the biggest disconnect between me and other people. That is the thing for me. That actually gets me realizing how different. Does that make sense? So when it comes to TV, when it comes to my media choices, I think to myself, man, I hope this makes me feel all the feelings. I do have social media brain. I still want to feel things. I just feel, no, I can't read a book anymore. It's true. My brain is so fried. Are you kidding me? I can't read a book for shit. I can't. I try to read a book. My family was in town and they're older, so they were like, oh yeah, let's read a book. And I was like, how? You watch a reel. I could watch like 100 reels in the time that I read like one page for a book, you know? Maybe we're from, oh, Gratz Mosey. Have you tried it on beta? Lux from Mozali, you're gonna, well, that's high praise, Gulaz. You know, Gulaz, I was a very depressed teenager, so I have a particular attachment to this subject. Nope, trying Blood DK. Really loving it? Excellent. A lot of people, Blood DK is very polarizing. Some people love it, some people don't like it. But I'm glad that you like it. That's good. Vortex Typhoon is my stop. She's an absolutely mega. Brings so much emotion to her music. Okay. I'll give it a shot. Can you put it in my Discord, Gula, so I don't forget? Good stops, good stops, good stops. Yep. Name 6 Linkin Park songs. I only need 1. I could actually sing the entire... I'm waiting for this kick. I could sing the entirety of In the End on repeat. And I could actually time it to the Naruto AMV, obviously. No, I actually liked it. I liked Linkin Park. Yeah, you remember back in the day when people would be like, this song is so good, and then they would just randomly make it like an AMV? All right, fun fact, I made AMVs for like a brief week of my life. The only reason I made AMVs is because, very specifically, yeah, I did. Do you guys like anime? Have you ever watched AMVs? I did. I made some good ones too. I will link some to you if you so desire. Give me a good reason to, and I will prove to you that I did this. I'll repeat those. Sorry, yes, so sorry. Right. You are correct, Coco. What I am looking for is a DSLR camera, most likely. I am looking for like a standalone camera, an actual DSLR. There's a lot of... That's true. It's a good point. It's a very fair point. I'm going to get this kick. I will Vortex Typhoon to make sure that nobody dies to this next kick. Vortex Typhoon. Boom, 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 boom. I don't know. Illumin's Chosen, I'm not doing no damage. Like, I'd like to really clarify. I'm actually doing decent overall right now, but... The raise just feels bad, though. That's a good entry camera. So, Coco, could you send me this on my Discord personally so I can actually take a look at it and actually study and, like, research it a little bit? Because obviously it's a purchase, yeah? It's a big purchase. Bling, so Spec needs to release. It's still 2 months away. We're like literally still 2 months away from the X-Pack. It's a while. We're going to be here for a bit, though. It is a big purchase, but I think it's necessary. There's a few problems. This camera lags. I don't know if you've noticed, but my lips don't move in sync and stuff like that. And it's just a... It's not a bad webcam, but for some reason it doesn't work with my computer. ESO. Acronyms. Haha. What do I win? A Sony ZV. Does that overheat? The biggest problem I think I have to think about is whether or not the camera overheats. Because I live in a very hot country, and I have to just double check whether the thing overheats or not, though. Nope, had yours for 3 years. So I could stream for like 5 hours, 6 hours, 10 hours. I don't know if I'll ever do a 24-hour stream. You love guitar. Okay. The ZV does well. That's one thing I was looking at, and that's kind of within the price range. Okay, not impossible. Could. Okay, I'll take 4 stacks. Elite Sanctuary Onslaught from Warframe. Yeah, I'm down. I heal my shaman. Okay. That's good. I think the Nikon can run hot from personal experiences, though. Good. That's what I need to know, because that window is right there, and it's very sunny. And I think that this camera I have is technically a good one, but it's a black casing, and I think that it absorbs heat a little bit too much. I think that's one of the issues with it. Bring the boss over here. Okay, this version of Guardian, single target right now looks like what? Because I much prefer this playstyle significantly. Blowing it every 7 minutes. Thing is, my jaw will get tired. I don't have as much experience as you, so I just don't see how I'm going to be able to maintain that. You know, the longevity of that could be in question, like a game cartridge. Just an assumption. No particular reason. Just a, you know, I've been learning from... No, bad joke. Oh. You almost got me. You almost got me to say something that I am definitely not supposed to say. Ooh, close call. Whoa. A woo filter. Don't get banned the day you get a sponsorship on stream. Don't do it. Don't do it. What's up, Dustin? I've been good. My family just came to visit me in Thailand, and basically, I didn't quite realize how lonely I was and how much I actually missed people in my life. You can be as introverted as possible. Like, I am genuinely one of the most introverted people I've just straight up ever met in my life. There's really no one I've ever met, I think, that's straight up more introverted than I am. However... I'm pretty maxed out. I've done my socializing for 2026. But it was a really genuinely good time. And I think that I'm going to miss them now that everybody's left. You know? I haven't lived alone once in your 28 years. I was home alone for a week and it felt weird. It changes things. I lived alone for a lot of my life. I moved out when I was 17. I got a little studio apartment, and I've been on my own for a long time, and I've kind of set my life up here in a foreign country. I'm not from here. I had never been here before I actually moved here. And if you've been messaging me on YouTube, I'm sorry. My bad. I forgot to respond to that. Yeah. Just don't let the people be there by default not to find it. Interface, enable it. I talk to people online, but that's how I was kind of raised. I don't know about you guys, but like I was raised on the internet. Yeah, you're welcome. You have to enable it like the cooldown manager as well. I was raised on the internet, which is really sus, and it's kind of why I say random shit sometimes. Like, I wouldn't say that I'm socially well adapted. I just would say that I'm functional. You guys think I'm socially well adapted because you're equally as dysfunctional as I am. Don't mistake this. Don't all of a sudden sit here and think, well, he's talking to the street. Yeah, because y'all are as weird as I am, for what it's worth. Should I put the... There's a music suggestion. There's a music suggestion in the Discord here. Boom, Discord. Yeah. No. Yeah. You say nah. Like, I'd like to see you talk at a family dinner. It's probably going to be just as bad. It's a really bad pat. I guess we just take this. I'm almost 40, talk like I'm 17, and feel like you're 90. Yeah, that's not right. I feel like... So I'm turning 29 literally tomorrow. Like, tomorrow's my birthday, and I'm turning 29. Inwardly in my soul, I've always felt 83. 5 years ago, I felt 83. 10 years ago, I felt 83. My joints also feel kind of like I'm 83 as well. So, I don't know. I never really felt or acted my age. When I, like, it's just, there's a lot of things, like, you know what I mean? Happy early bird, thank you. I have some actually pretty cool stuff planned. I thought about, I was like, oh, you know what I should do? I, like, almost caved to peer pressure, but luckily I'm not the sort of person who does that. So I was almost like, dude, I should totally do, like, a 24-hour stream, and I was like, there is literally no shot I'm doing that. I don't know, I respect the hell out of anyone who tries it. I said hi to Shindig, and he was trying to do some crazy 30-hour stream, and I was like, how? You have very good social skills. I have very bad social skills. I've learned to have good I have learned to have very okay and functional social skills, but I wouldn't describe it as excellent. I'm just weird. It's because I don't understand why I have to do things. You have to kind of give me a really good argument if you want to convince me that I have to do something one way or the other. Yesterday when I met my dad before he left at a really nice fancy buffet. This is like 5-star hotel business, okay? And I wore my $2 shirt. It's $3 technically. And my $2 shorts. Those are actually $2. And I wore my flip-flops, which are $5, and I'm chilling. I know that people look at me weird, and they're like, oh, this plebeian. But I don't really give a shit, because I don't really care. That's actually the good part about having autism, is that it's not actually something that I worry about all the time. I'm a manager of 20 people. I can promise you that it's possible being introverted and doing that, and yet introvert is preferring one-on-one small settings. I think that my definition of it is just, does it take energy to interact with people, or do you get energy from interacting with people? I think at the end of the day, that's sort of my definition of introvert versus extrovert. What do I do in Thailand? I work as a trainer online, so literally this room just behind me is my little... I wanted to set up more of a home gym when I moved into this house, but to be honest, I didn't really find the space for it, so I just have my fitness stuff kind of crammed in that. There's a big thing over here, which no one ever sees, that has like 250 pounds of weight, or for the normal people, like 120 kilos, and there's, to the right, I have Olympic bars and sandbags and this and kettlebells and dumbbells, and to the left, I just got all my stuff, my bike's over there. I just have it all spread throughout the room, though. He's coming in those Wayne things. I like the fact that I'm unique. I used to really be strongly affected by the fact that I wasn't like everyone else. It absolutely ran my life for the longest time. For my entire life, I just thought to myself, why can't I be normal? All I ever wanted to be was like everyone else. And I tried to be like everyone else for a very long time. I am very glad that I figured out a way past that. Because I don't try to do that anymore. I just send my own thing, and stream has really helped me with that, by the way. Because like I said, I just full send whatever take I have here, and then people are like, oh, that's cool. I'm like, what? Really? Because normally when I say that outside, people are like, haha, run. So it's weird that I get... It's a little selection bias, but again, I thought about this the other day, and I was just like, how do you meet other introverts? And the answer is pretty much online. Like, by nature of the definition, you don't really meet people in person. that, you know what I mean? Like, how do you find people that you can connect to? And it's like, for me, it's online. I don't really meet people out on the street in Thailand, you know? Like, I don't, you just, that doesn't happen. There's a language barrier because my Thai is not nearly as good, on top of all the other factors. All right, taking a look. This is going to influence my overall damage a ton because we spent 5-6 minutes on this, though. I would love to tell you that my Thai is really good, but Thai is a tonal language. Okay. It's still lower than it should be, a little bit, because of how long we spent on bosses, but overall, comparatively, the two dungeons, not the same at all. This is Alun's Chosen. And that... Do I still have the previous combat? Did it? Oh, I reset the meters. I logged it, though. Previous was like 109. So... about a 20% difference. First pull was okay. Still here, 316. But raise does not feel good to press. I don't know. Baseline raise feels bad to press, and I'm still playing the talents for it. I actually think that... I wonder if you do this, though. Not urgent? Sorry. What's up? Check DM. Wow. That's cool. I don't agree. No, it's okay. You're absolutely fine. I was playing super lazy too. There are a lot of other expats here. In fact, there's a D&D community not that far from me if I really wanted to do it. I just suck at reaching out to people. It's not like I don't have anyone that I would want to be friends with, but goddamn am I so bad at just, I don't know, I just don't say hi to people. Like, even my family, I'm not good at reaching out to them. They sort of reach out to me, and I respond to people, but I'm very bad in general at, you know? I don't know how to do it, man. Some people make it seem so easy. That's not true. Occasionally, I'm scrolling social media, and I'm like, oh, yo, like, how's your new boob job treating you? Like, does your back hurt? And then I get reminded why I don't say hi to people. Because you're supposed to say, like, hi, how are you? But I end up always asking the weirdest questions. Because I just get curious. Like, something has to pique my interest. Like, I'm scrolling, and I'm just like, oh, like, do your lips burn after all that surgery? Or, like, what's up? Like, I just have... There's something about it, right? $30 left for the cooking stream. Putting effort into reaching out to people is hard for introvert. I like people, though. Let me put it this way. At the end of the day, the perspective on people is this. And actually, let's go update the tier list. Maybe right away. Here we go. Cool? Number 1. I could offer you... I honestly, Dusk, I appreciate it. I do. No, listen. So, I like people as a concept. I just like them a lot less in person. People as a concept, coolest thing ever. Goddamn. Best puzzle in the whole world. People are endlessly fascinating, have the most wonderful potential. Like, they're unexpected, they're surprising, sometimes they're idiots, but overall, people are so cool. They're just also very loud. And they chew with their mouth open. You know? Where I'm from, we don't talk in public transport. I just have to force our mountain. We don't really do that. Small talk in Thailand is not very common either. Use words for cats. I have been told many times in my life that I am basically like a cat, actually. All right, flex redeem. Cool. Ready? I need to go to the gym today. Today's a gym day. I have this sinus thing, but it's... Okay, I'm not sick. Talk a lot of stuff you don't... No, that's... I like hearing about things that I may not be well versed in or care about myself. I don't mind that part. Okay, hold up. Let me check this. I need to have a better awareness of this right now. The Taze contributed $20 to this. I feel like I use all my social badges during work, so when I'm off, I spend a lot of energy on my work because I care about it. I spend way more energy. If I ever have a call with someone, and for some reason I'm sitting there and I'm like, okay, their hip is a little weird today, and I put them through the tests that I know. It's like that doesn't flag. I don't see that. Okay, am I testing this? Extension's fine, flexion's fine, rotation's fine, adduction's fine, abduction's fine. I'm like, whoa, what's that? What's happening? So I think about that for hours after work ends because I'm really passionate about what I do. So if anyone ever has a knee problem or this, or I'm trying to work with somebody, I think all the time about how I can do that. I also think as a tank player, if I ever die in a key, I'm like falling asleep and my head hits the pillow and I go, oh man, if only I had hit that button before that other button. And then if I had hit this, and I should have routed it differently. You know, in Algathar, I think you should go left instead. Oh, I see. Maybe I should do that pull. If I group that to the right, I think like that all the time. I don't know if other people do that. Maybe that's apparently just, it might just be that I'm weird, but supposedly, I don't know if that's a tank or a healer thing or a gamer thing. Possibly all of them. And I don't know. 50 prior. Was that a 15? No way, it was a 15. I thought it was a 10, Soap. Soap, you're misreading. That was a 10. As my wife said to me, my ex-wife said to me at our divorce proceeding, Soap, psh, no, it wasn't a 15. Psh, you're misremembering this. As my ex-wife said to me at the divorce proceeding, there's this thing called gaslighting. I think tanks and healers do more overall, but it's a gamer thing over. I think so. I definitely think tanks and healers have that responsibility of being the backbone of a key. So on average, I feel like they do that though, more than DPS players do. I want to update the tank tier list because the one that I had made before was very early on in beta. There have been a ton of changes since then. And a lot of people are asking good questions. For example, Guardian Druid bugs. Let me just copy paste the link. Here, I'll get it to you right now. You want to see the Guardian Druid bugs? And they cry. Did you see the video I made, Dusk, about the last tuning notes? I straight up read the Windwalker notes, and I was like, I don't know, maybe just cry in the shower, like so that way no one will see your tears. Like I don't know what, like you're gonna get buffed soon, and it's all gonna be okay. It's going to be okay, but yeah. Yeah, I was reading it and I was like, I don't plan those videos. I was just reading it and I was like, yeah, that sounds right. Okay, Easter Tears that bug fixed. Let me fix. Wait, why is this not pinned properly? You're never getting. wait. Bug lift compendium. I gotta find it here. Midnight. Wait a second. Hold on. Where's the bug list? I had it here for a bit. Oh, I have it on Notepad somewhere. It's okay. Should have it here. Bear won't change if they don't fix the bugs with tuning. So I think it's very interesting here. There you go. Some of this I think has been fixed. You ready? I'm gonna copy paste it. Yo, what's up, Cracked? Sorry for the delay. No, you're absolutely fine. Listen, this right now is what is currently... But can I even type this in? There's no way. Reached character limit of 500. Ain't no shot. That's not even all of them. This Megaset plays Mage now. That is... They're going to shut down their Discord soon. By the way, yeah. So the 0% proc has been fixed. That was this. Originally on beta, this literally said 0% though. Well, that's not... No problem. I was just trying to figure out how to get it working a little better. All good. The guy who's in the cracked gaming dude who's in right now. First of all, man, I hope you had a good night. And second of all, I told Kitty that we were gonna do a potential cooking stream tomorrow. Okay, I told her I was like, look, people have been asking me to do a cooking stream for a very long time. I don't know why you want to see me cook. I think that if you currently like me as a person today and then you watch me cook food, you won't like me tomorrow. I actually think that if I did a cooking stream, I would lose everything. Because the way I cook food to other people is a borderline atrocity. No, listen. I don't think you want to see this. This is one of those you think you do, but you don't. All right. That being said, I'm not cooking tomorrow. Kitty's cooking tomorrow, and she makes good food. Do you see these muscles? This is not a result of me working out any better this year than I did last year. This is mostly a result of the fact that now Kitty cooks me food, and I eat food. And it's like, oh, I just wasn't eating enough calories before, straight up. I was like trying to feed myself. I fully believe in Kitty as well. I think she's gonna do great. You should see, she's like, does all this weird stuff. She's like, oh, we get this pork roast. We're gonna brine it for 24 hours, and then we're gonna take it out and we're gonna cover it in salt. And I'm like, okay, that sounds good. And then she's like, wait, not yet. And then we have to keep it in there. We take it out, and then we season it like this. And I'm like, today we're gonna do medieval spices. And I was like, bro, what? I just take I put it on the pan, smother it in butter, a little salt. Perfect. You see? You see? This is the real technique, is how much salt can I possibly fit into my food. And also, I also don't like the fact that people always glorify fancy food. Have you ever actually been to a fancy restaurant? Is it really better? One time I went to a fancy restaurant and they tried to feed me uni. Do you know what uni is? I'm serious. Do you know what uni is? Uni is sea urchin. And I've learned later what it actually is, but uni is sea urchin. And they tried to feed me. Do you know what sea urchin tastes like? Bear with me. Do you remember when you were 5 years old, or younger at least, and you were happy, right? You went to the beach, and perhaps there were waves coming at you. This was my experience. My dad would take me to the beach at some point, and we went to one beach. I had big waves. And my favorite game was I would stand there and just, because of my crippling depression as a child, I would let the waves hit me and I would go underwater for a second. And I was like, whoa, and then I would get back up. It was like one of my favorite games to play. Not anymore. Happy now. We can laugh. But I would sit there, stand here, little child, waves come, like this. Okay. And then what happens is I would face plant into the ocean floor. Sometimes, on accident, I would do it with my mouth open. And I would take a bite of the ocean floor. That's exactly what uni tastes like. Word for word, memory for memory. And they charge a lot of money for it. That's what uni tastes like. Exactly like that. Yeah, I will. Okay, sorry, that sounds good. I do want to get... Let's do official setup for your birthday. I might not have time because I'm like super busy right now. Maybe around for the whole night. Okay, sounds good. These are like, so the whole thing, by the way, with the cracked gaming, which is kind of cool and awesome. Two things I want to show you. Number one, I'm gonna screen share for a second. Okay. Is this live? No, it's beta right now. This is the new version of Guardian, which I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of, I will say. Okay. So people haven't really used this just yet. For what it's worth, I'm gonna just change this over here. You see these things? You can suggest your own bounty, by the way. These are the ones that I made before stream actually started. Okay? Oh, so, okay. WoW Ultra Hardcore Death... Harith. There's no way I actually complete this. So, like, Harith suggested WoW Ultra Hardcore Run. You can technically propose anything. I can decline it. For example, if somebody says, yo, nope, that's inappropriate. Can't say that. Can't say all first three things I thought of. All right. If somebody says, shave your left eyebrow, I'm like, no way. It's not worth it. If somebody says freestyle rap, I'm like, there's literally no shot that I would be able to freestyle rap. Now, this doesn't mean that you're paying the money. It's just you're proposing an idea. If I think it's awesome, I can accept it, and then the community, over time, can donate to it, any amount. That's the purpose of it. So, for example, you could say, 30-second TikTok dance. And I will say, ooh, I don't know if I want to do a TikTok dance. Maybe it'll restore my skin a little bit. Okay, so the point is that you can propose to me anything you'd like. Except, oh my God, speaking of proposals. Okay, listen, I'm going to share with you an intimate story. come closer. Yesterday, last day that my dad and his wife was here. Yeah, my stepmom. And she gave Kitty, she was like, I want to gift her a piece of jewelry. And I was like, sounds good. And she gifted her a ring. And it was a diamond and gold ring. And she was like, would you like to give it to her? And I was just like, what? And she was like, no problem. And so she turned around to Kitty and she was like, here you go. And I was like, I was just, I was like, huh? Harith, what does this mean? So I don't think I would actually do. I've actually thought about playing hardcore, to be fair. I kind of want to, but ultra hardcore run, I don't even know what I would do this, though. No, like Kitty and I have talked about it. Yeah, what's up? I got the new midnight. I was wondering if I'll have to level up to unlock the race like the Iron Dwarves, or will it be available on launch? Mixa, good question. Do the allied races still require a quest line? As far as I know, they do. So this, Harith, I'm not sure I would actually do a hardcore run. But I tell you what, I would give my best attempt at it. So I'll accept this. If stream at any point raises $50, I'll play hardcore. I'm pretty sure you do still have to use a quest line for it, by the way. As far as I know. Also, for all the Guardian Druids watching, did you know that there is a giant Druid compendium? This is a good resource for anyone who cares about Guardian Druid. If you just want general information, there's an entire compendium for it. If you did not know this, this is actually interesting. I just don't think a lot of people know that people put a lot of work into this. Hold up. This is, okay, there's no prerequisite for the quest, but you do still have to do it. Daddy, I got you. Oh, your name. Just so you know, I was memeing, I said, this was fun. So you don't have to actually, I will die a lot. I could try it for a day. So there is this whole thing. There's actually this for almost every class, just for what it's worth. I think that's kind of cool if people didn't know that. Okay, speaking of which, let's go make the tank tier list. I do think that I am E. We gotta update the tank tier list. Yo, good night, cracked. Good night, good night, good night. Who said, I like that your mind is all over the place? Has it go from 0 to 19s in a single season? No, the compendium won't do that, but my guide videos will. He should be the first. No, don't worry about it. Chilling. I'm chilling. We're chilling. I have a few questions about the overlay thing. But we'll see. Okay, let me get this set up here. Tier list maker. Wow, tanks. Unlock smarter game. No, not interested. No, no problem. That sounds good. Thank you. Hey, drams. Okay, tank specs tier list. Enable ads. Go ad. No. Go ad free. I can actually go ad free on Opera? Wait. Upgrade for the. Oh. Will it not let me go ad free? No, it will. Hey, you know how normally when I make these tier lists, that looks much nicer. You know what? Doesn't that look better? Normally when I make them, there's all these ads all over the place. Here. Okay, hear me out. I'm not going to be too hardcore about this. But there's two things that I can do. The main thing I can do is I can access Wowhead, which is actually the biggest ups. You don't have to send me all the screenshots of the patch notes anymore, so because it has an inbuilt VPN. That's actually kind of cool. I'm not going to be hyping on this all the time, but it is cool. That's interesting. Yeah. Okay. So previously, we don't need all these tiers here. We're going to delete this row, basically delete. We don't need all these rows, to be honest. This is S plus cheesecake. And This is still unsalted beans. Honestly, this season, does anybody have an issue with unsalted beans being the lowest category? Or is it just soup? That's the only question I have is, does anybody really like unsalted beans? Like, I don't think unsalted beans are that good, though. This is not a full DPS tier list. It is just my updated tank tier list. A plus and A. Basically, this was B, and that's C. Like this. Previously, it looked like this. This was the original state of beta, is that you had these two tanks being absolutely dominant in Giga. You had Bear, Brew, and Warrior all here. And then you had Blood DK like this. This was kind of the state after the very first week. But it has changed a lot. There's been so many things since then. What was the big news? I'm officially a sponsored streamer now. That's the big news. It's very cool. That's like a big step forward. Thank you. People have been telling me to use Opera GX for a very long time. Opera GX. This one. Oh, Soap, I need to make a command. Can you make a command? It should be like this. This one. That. We just gotta have the link to that. Because people have been telling me to use it for a long time, mostly because Wowhead is banned in Thailand. So, for example, if I go here, you literally can't access Wowhead. Did you know that? You straight up can't. No, guys, it's not that big. You don't. This is not the time to go crazy hard. It's just if you're curious about it at all, it just says, "Yo, here's my link for Opera GX." Straight up. It makes me $3 if you download it and try it. It is also genuinely cool. I know some people, it might not be for everyone. That's totally fine, but it is genuinely cool. But did you know that I straight up can't access Wowhead? It's in a few countries that just straight up you can't. It's been like this for a few years now. When I first moved here, I could, and now I can't. But what I can do is just enable the VPN real quick, and then I could access it, which is inbuilt in the system. We just go boop, and then I could access it, which is really cool. Okay, this was the original tank tier list. Since this point, do we want to alter it? I want to talk about the problem with the tank tuning. Okay, let me go to the bathroom real quick, and I'll update it. Try it. Basically, the link, I think it's in the Discord, so. This is not the time. I'll tell you, guys, I'll tell you if I'm like, there's a really big sponsorship, and you gotta click on this link. I'll tell you. This one, just try it if you want. It's one of those things where some people are very attached to their browsers, but to be honest, I was using Microsoft Edge. I was. Don't tell anyone that. I lose all street cred if people find that out. What's up, Haru? If people figure that out, I lose all of my street cred, so don't tell anyone. The link is sold. No, this one. This is the link. That one. I learned I eat food, no problem. Can you repeat what you said? No. I'm embarrassed. There's a little bit of embarrassment. I'm a little embarrassed. Okay. All right, can you guys see the tank tier list? Cool. Normally, we have a tradition before I do this of... Just bring all your folder over and so on if you have any. Yes, you can. It took me a second to set up because all of my tabs and everything, they're just all here. Back from when we had to use not even close and I had to have this here. Literally, look. Bro, do you remember this website? Do you remember when keys were actually so bad that you had to do this? Since everything you said in the last 30 minutes and 10 seconds. Oh, I can when I come back. I could try, tribes. So this, do you remember this? This was a weird time. This was a weird time for WoW. We used to just casually do this in Dragonflight all the time. You would literally just, I mean, these are the new dungeons, but you would go all the way over here, man. Get wrecked, bounty noob. You would do this, you remember? You would, like, Halls of Infusion, you would check when the mini-boss would one-tap you. At what key level would you get one-tap by the mini-boss in Halls of Infusion? Was a joke, but points for trying. I can do this. I'll give you a TLDR of tanks. I think that I want to make a whole little video about it, maybe 20 minutes or something. I want to rant about tanks for about 20 minutes. Because I have a lot to say on the tanking tuning and how they can adjust it to be a little better. But I'll also do a TLDR. Because sometimes people don't want to sit through like 30, 50-minute videos just to have an update about what's happening in Midnight. That being said, let me run this now so we don't get anything here. I'm going to go grab a real quick snack, and then when I come back, we'll do this, though. Jeff answer a tyrannical free. Yeah, exactly. That was a long you had to do that for a long time, and I will say that keys in Midnight they're not that bad right now, which is good. We'll do this right when I come back. Okay, be right back real fast. Ooh. My knees. Oh boy. Oh, why? Why? I am so old. Ow. All stairs. Okay. Whew. All right. Now that all the yellow stuff has gone into the white ceramic bowl, and then I hit the trigger, we can do this tank tier list. That's true, Far East. It does happen. It do be like that sometimes. You heard the man play that blood decay. Oh, shit. Wait a second. Did I miss it? Uh-oh. Wait a second. Did we accomplish a goal? Oh, fuck, you did? Don't make me do this. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Okay. All right. On beta, yeah? Oh, shit. We actually did raise the bloody cave one. Man, I was kind of hoping. That was literally the only one I said, don't make me do this. No, wait a second. That's the only one that said, don't make me do this. Don't make me do this. LDBX your key. That was the one thing I said, don't make me do this. Okay, all right. No, I hadn't updated the tier list yet. Can I do it after the tier list? Let me just do it. I don't want to bait people. I don't want to debate people and have this tier list up without actually updating it. Because I think that I have good information about the tanks. My question for you today. There are two ways to make a tank tier list. Which way should I address it? Okay, that's fine. I'll stream. I wasn't gonna stream that long today, but I'll do. You earned the goal, so that's fair. I gotta do what I gotta do. Genuine question. Do I make this today? I'm gonna make 2 eventually, for what I think the meta at high keys would be, or do I make it for what a plus 12 would be? That is a genuine question, and it is not the same list, especially for tanks. It also applies to DPS, but less so in Midnight. Like, is this a 3K IO perspective, or is this a 4K IO perspective? I have strong differences of opinion. Like, everybody's talking meta tier list like 4K. I'll make 2. I genuinely, you should, because that's not the same. Come here, buddy. Yeah, I know. You're so cute and so loud. This is the cat that you see on Instagram. If you're on my Instagram at all, this is the boy. Yes. Yes. You're so cute. You're so cute. Yeah? And what else would you like to tell the people? Because we gotta make this tier list now. What do you think the best tank is? He just wants food. Hi, Brab. Thank you for the sub. You like cats? He's a crazy cat, because you know what he's doing? He's purring right now. Like, this much attention, like I'm squeezing him tight, and I'm kissing his face a bunch. He's just purring. He just drags him away from the microphone. He's a little loud is the problem. Hi, buddy. Okay, let me throw some treats outside for him. Yes. The 4K perspective will be worth closer to expansion. At least might change more between that. Well, that's so 4K perspective is tuning, but with the you can pre-plan a little bit. Okay, buddy. Off. No. You can't be in here doing this. Where are your treats? I don't know where your treats are. Okay, I promised them treats. Can you give him some? Yes, I know. No, the other cats are coming. Run! No! I'm losing my battle here. Buddy, no. I don't know where the treats are. I think I brought them up. No, buddy! He gave me a heart attack the other day. I was trying to go outside. I opened the door and he just literally went. He bolted out. I thought he was gone, but he's a little stupid, and his name is Cookie, supposedly because Kitty said that she named him Cookie because that's how many brain cells he has, and he's super soft and cute, but there's kind of like a diminishing return if you're super cute. Oftentimes, I feel like for cats, of course. Okay, tier list time. Great. I am not going to farm this content. Let's go. Let's talk about it. Shall we? I think this will be for higher key meta. Yeah. I think this won't be for 3K. Infection. Deva Aura versus Chaos Brand cannot be a conversation because DRs notoriously have never been as valuable in key. Well, no, offensive raid buffs. Raid buffs are an offensive game, not so much. You don't count on stamina if Priest isn't good. If Priest isn't good, you don't play Priest. You'll still play something else. This isn't the final ranking. I need to adjust it. This was before the Eldrachi Reaver nerfs, after the first week when Blood DK got gutted, because originally in beta it was like this, and Blood DK got nerfed to the ground and hasn't been fixed since that point. Excellent, let's go. Yes. But I really want an updated Guardian Druid bug list, so I'm just going to ask somebody if they can send it to me real fast. Anyone got pinned to updated bug list? Well, there's a giant season. This is not going to be in the video, but goddamn, I'm going to make a rant about this soon. Guys, there's a big problem with WoW, and the problem is that group buffs still exist in Mythic Plus. I don't think they should. I don't think so. Brap, thank you for the sub earlier. I don't think so. I think that as long as group buffs exist in Mythic Plus, I can pretty much tell you what the meta healer is going to be right now. They don't tune healers individually enough. I swear, and I mean, you're going to main Windwalker Monk? Did you not see the keys we were literally just doing? Oh, I don't know about that, Tomas. I mean, we were just playing with a really good Windwalker who wants me to play a Blood DK key after this. No, you can make it for raid, and it has to exist for raid. Otherwise, you could play 11 Fire Mages, okay? I think, well, Windwalker is going to get buffed very soon. But the idea is, for healers in particular, it's going to be Resto Druid, Resto Shaman, or Priest. Because Prez Evoker and Holy Paladin can never be in contention unless they're somehow significantly overtuned. And that kind of is shit. And for tanks, it's sort of like it's going to be Warrior, VDH, Paladin is somewhere in there. Or Monk, but like Blood DK basically can never be meta so long as the game is actually tightly tuned and the 3% group of matters. They'd have to overtune it. And I don't think they'll do that. Okay, we'll get into it. All right, tier list time. Let's go. Let me just see if anybody had responded to this updated bug list for the Guardian Druid Discord, please. I've been waiting for it, but I don't actually see it. For some reason, I thought it was pinned, and it's not. It doesn't look pinned right now. It's not healer. Oh, well. Did you guys know I'm allergic to cats? Okay. Gathering my thoughts, thinking about how I want to do this. Debating on how I actually want to approach this list. Because I'm not going to pull up logs to back everything up. But I will... This is changed now. That is changed now. And there are more bugs than what we realized. Putting on, yeah. For sure. Everybody wants to know what's going to be meta, although it's way too soon to see. I just think that the conversation is interesting because there are some things that they can definitely fix, and there are other things that I'm not sure they can fix. So I'm debating on how I want to approach this. Because if you ask me to, I can talk for 2 hours about tanks, but that's not all going to be valued. Sometimes I don't want to just ramble. I actually want to plan a little bit in my head about what it is I'm trying to communicate. Because, yeah, at a competitive level, if you're trying to make an assumption about what's going to be there for title, it's the same arguments we've been using forever. That's not new information. I genuinely feel like people have heard it all the time. What brings the best group buff? What has the utility? And what has the potential to live high keys? Like, that's a completely different story. I think that it's more interesting, like 3 weeks before. It's about 3 months before the season ends. It depends if it's the end. I mean, when was the last time they did class tuning that actually affected the meta on retail? It's been a while. Bro, it's been a bit. Like, you know what I mean? It's been a while now. It's a lot more about group synergy than it is about individual tank tuning. Same with healers. Like, healers and tanks, you kind of fill what it is that is needed in general as a general thought process. It's not always the case. Sometimes there's just one tank that's way better, but they've been doing a better job on tuning. So, provoke spells 3%. High-end tank, defensive, offense, or toolkit. People will argue that it's the ability to live high keys, but technically right now, almost everything can live high keys. Because high keys are title keys. High keys are not world first keys. people in title range will play what the world first players are doing, but there's a big difference between a plus 20 and a plus 23. At the end of the day, one of my main problems with people who do the plus 20 title range is the amount of carbon paste copying that goes on. You would think at that level, because that's a very distinctive level, that everyone is like giga locked in, full thinking on their own feet. But it's a lot of just copy paste and time, especially with resilient keys, which rewards you for literally studying someone else and doing. Now, the argument against this is, well, of course I would do that. Why wouldn't I do that? Right? But I'm just saying, like, why wouldn't you do that? Makes perfect sense. This is generally best argument because you can destroy every argument against it, which is, if it's available to me, of course I'm going to do it. Right? It's same as the race to world first. Like, if you're the world's 27th guild, I don't see why you wouldn't just copy the comp and strategy of the people above you if you're trying to compete. Because if you don't do that, you're going to be the world's 67th guild, and that might matter to you. But right now, everything is pretty close to viable. Even on retail, like, things are not that skewed comparatively, right? The main take I have is, and I'll talk about this, is I think the Brewmaster copium is real. Okay. Is actually going to be inevitable. Windwalker is going to have a Thanos moment where it is kind of inevitable, though. You have to crawl before you can walk. But how do you... I just wonder if there's ever a way to get that away from WoW. Like, to get people thinking on their own again. It's something I've given a lot of thought to, DPS, because I get a lot of flack for just doing random shit sometimes. And sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. And I'm okay with that because that's how I enjoy the game. But I swear it's like, I've always been weird simply because I'm like, oh, let me just try this talent. And everyone's like, you can't play that shit. I'm like, why not? Even on Warrior, when I was playing Warrior Tank, I was like, let me just try Indomitable. And they're like, Indomitable fucking sucks. And I'm like, it's probably not that bad. And I tried, and I'm like, yeah, it's okay. But they're like, you can't play that shit. I'm like, why not? Like, you gotta play that one. I'm like, that one's 1% ahead. I'm not 1% at risk of dying, so I could play something like 2% less. It might be fun. And I love cooking stuff, but people... It's like a weird, forgotten skill in World of Warcraft. If that makes sense. Yeah, Sims and logs. Again, why wouldn't you use those tools? I get that perspective, but they've done sort of irreparable damage to... They've done a lot of damage, and I don't know if there's really a fix for it. It's not... I mean, like, TikTok's done a lot of damage, too. Okay, let's talk about the state of tanks. Cool. Updated January 17th. Okay. All right. I'm going to rant in a YouTube video, so if I just let me focus on the tanks, it's going to take me... I actually don't want to make this too long. I think like 15, 20 minutes is a good target. While I'm doing it, though, I know I'm going to direct clip this to YouTube after, so I might not respond to people as much. Yeah, the wider community think for itself. Humans are a thing on the planet because the ones who learned from others and adjusted had children that didn't... You know, Split, that's a really good argument. I never thought like that. Now, hold up. Wait a second. Before, actually, I was about to get started on the tier list. You've derailed me again. Okay, hold up. It's impossible to get the wider community to think for itself. This is what Split said. That is a very good point. Humans are a thing on the planet because the ones who learned from others and adjusted had children. And the ones who didn't starved. Fuck? That's a pretty good evolutionary argument for why people follow the herd. I mean, yeah. That's a really strong, yeah. So there had to be innovators, but the purpose is that actually, if everyone was an innovator, then most people would not have made it. I'm going to use that argument again in the future. Cool. Tanks, state of tanking. Let's go. Okay. All right. If I ignore you, it's because I'm going to be focused on this for a second. Alrighty then. Okay. Okay. Welcome back to the meta tier list for tanks. You want to know what's going to be the meta tier? Wait a second. Nope, take two. Oh, I tripped over my own words. And I don't even have a split tongue. They're weird. The tier list you make about the current state of tanks, or no. That's what I'm going to talk about, Grin. That's exactly what I'm going to talk about, Grim. That's one of the things I want to focus on. It's the main thing I want to focus on. That exact point. Exactly. Cool. All right. All right. Should leave that in the YouTube video? No, I don't want to talk about it. You can't start a YouTube video with a weird description of split tongues. I don't even think it would feel good. I think it would just be like, snake. I love snakes, but I don't necessarily, well, no. Okay. Okay. Welcome back to the tier list for tanks. So we have been playing beta now for almost 50 days. Actually, over 50 days at this point. It is January 17th. We are going to update the tank tier list. This was made 1 week after beta was released. The very first week, we had Blood DK overperforming, and then they got absolutely just nerfed into the ground, and they have a bunch of bugs that have not been fixed. There are a few caveats I want to make before I update this list. I will not make this video 45 minutes long. I could rant for hours and hours and hours, but I actually want to give you the information just so you can stay updated. Do remember that this is still pretty in the middle of beta. We got like 2 months left until actual release, so numbers will change. And speaking of numbers, literally yesterday, there was a 20% aura buff to Guardian and 15% aura buff to Blood DK. So literally numbers can change, okay? There have been massive effects since the early iteration of beta. We had Warrior receive 100% number buffs across the board. This is significant. And I just want you to know that those all things, they could just be like, boom, fix this, boom, fix this. But the major thing I want to talk about in this tier list is just how many bugs there are, because they've done a lot of tuning, the 100% values here, 20% values here, etc., etc. But they haven't done a lot of bug fixing. And I don't know if you're aware of this, but all tanks are bugged to some degree. Some way more than others. And that's really what I want to focus on. Because yesterday there was the 20% aura buff to Guardian. But Guardian is really bugged. Some of the bugs for Guardian are not 1-2%. Like when I say bug, I'm not talking like a 1% difference. I'm not like, oh, this little thing, if they fix. There are some like really like, this could be 10 to 20%. We don't actually even know, because we don't know how it'll end up being. We don't even know if it'll be fixed. Before I actually talk and rank what I think the tanks are feeling like, after all that being said, after all this time playing beta, the main thing I want to talk about is a PSA. If Blizzard doesn't actually fix the bugs that are really egregious at the very least, bro, what are they doing? I'm going to make a whole rant video about this another time, because I'm a pretty big... I like the game. I play WoW because I actually enjoy the game. Like, I'm a believer, all right? I'm a positive guy. That being said, they must be so understaffed. There's no way they release beta without actually fixing bugs. There's no way they release Midnight, right? Right? And the reason I say that is because currently, right now, every single class Discord, they don't have to find the bugs. We tell them. We pay them to beta test their game, and we as the players are so passionate about all of these tanks that the Guardian Druid Discord has a complete compilation of the bug list. I can copy paste it right now. It's like 3 paragraphs long. Every single class and spec Discord at this point has a full record of every bug that has existed, because we have tested it to smithereens in the last 2 months. They just need to implement the fixes for it. There's no way they don't do that, right? They don't need to go find the bugs. We've told them what it is. So I think at that point, I'm just hoping and kind of praying a little bit that all these bugs get addressed. Because I think it's the wrong decision. I'm not upset about 20% Guardian buffs. You know, that's personal bias. But at the same time, that's... You kind of can't aura buff Guardian while there are fundamental... We just don't even know what talents we're going to be playing because some talents are broken. It's weird because we don't know what the actual tuning will be. There are some tanks, what I can tell you, that they're bugged positively, and that if they fix all the bugs without any sort of compensation, there are going to be some that are actually really drop down in power. And there are other tanks which are kind of like, not really that bugged. So if they fix all the bugs and don't change anything, they're going to stay where they are. And there are other tanks which are going to be, whoa, super, it's like a 20% buff just because they fix the bugs. All right, that being said, without further ado, when we started, VDH, this was before Eldrazi nerfs, Annihilator hadn't gotten buffed yet. They randomly buffed it about a week after I made this initial note. So VDH is still in the S plus cheesecake tier, okay? Pally has also got a small nerf here, though. Holy, wait a second, gifted subs, yo, thank you. Blizzard, yo, much appreciated for the gifted subs. Thank you. I appreciate it. That is very nice of you. I'm currently making... It's tasty. Yeah, I know. I see your name. I see you there. Yo, thank you, thank you. We got to talk because I know you just moved to Thailand. I'm in the middle of this list. I want to finish this up real quick, but let's play sometime. I want to finish this. Today's your first day in Thailand? Oh, dude, we have to talk at some point. But let me... I'm on a rant. I'm on a mission. You will sidetrack me with shiny things so easily. Okay. All right. Yep. Give me a second. The tank tier list. All of what I just said is actually the majority of how you should rank tanks. Because we're assuming that they fix the bugs, especially because we've told them what they are. That's the main thing to understand, is that there's an assumption that they're just going to be able to fix it, okay? I don't cut, I don't edit any of my videos. I do everything in one take. It's like, I don't really know how to use video editing software. So of course this will be in the video. Don't say anything inappropriate. Okay. So the thing with VDH, if they bug fix it, this is the one that will fall the most. The most egregious bug is obviously the fiery brand spreading infinitely to new targets and refreshing its duration. All right. You guys, he's just trying to get me banned, huh? No, it's not going to happen. Listen, this is a significant effect. There's also the resource sharing. I'm not going to go over each individual bug because that's not necessary. But if they fixed everything without any compensation, I would actually be a little bit concerned for VDH. The simplicity of it doesn't leave a lot of room for improvements across because they have lost so much. Also, the weird talent bill is not actually taking chains. You would just assume that you do. It still has incredibly good utility. I don't think you could rank VDH utility that low, mostly because of how these dungeons are designed. You have so many packs. I'm thinking Pit of Sauron. I'm thinking in a lot of these dungeons, a sigil is the perfect radius to mass control the pack. Even without chains being able to grip it in, there are so many pulls which a sigil would almost enable because there's like 3 seconds of CC that you would need to provide as a tank. There are some tanks that can do this and there are some tanks that can't. I've noticed on my Guardian, there's a pull of Algathar, which I'm like, hey, I really feel like splitting this because I know that a cast will one-shot. If I was on my Warrior or my VDH, I might actually, or my Paladin, I'm like, I can do this. Same with Magister's Terrace, where I'm like, I can actually do these pulls because I have the required package for it. Not everybody has the required package for their desired activities, but you always make a plan, as tanks can do. So VDH still in S+, just know that if they bug fix it, it could very well drop to a mid-level tank. At the moment, though, I like Annihilator more than I like Eldrazi, and it does big numbers. It is actually a very effective tank, even after pruning. Cool, that's mostly the VDH stuff. Paladin. A lot of the bug fixes have been addressed. However, still has a list of bugs. The Prop Paladin is very clean with their spreadsheet. You can go into any of these discords and look at the bugs yourself, by the way. They're all like pinned, very well understood. Again, Prop Paladin Discord has always maintained a pretty good spreadsheet, okay? It recently was, as you've probably seen clips of, doing so much damage. Holy damage. This tank was doing ridiculous levels of damage. So much damage that even the infamous Yoda was like, you guys can play Sentinel. What? He's like the biggest Prot Pally copium guy, and he's like, dude, because Prot Pally does big damn, like, 'cause he loves doing big damn. He one was like, you don't even have to play damage wings. Like, you could play Sentinel and still be fine. That's a pretty impressive statement, because he's sacrificing a lot of damage. He's like, nah, it does so much damage. I was expecting a full-on nerf in the last set of patch notes, and something very interesting that happened is they did not full-on nerf it. They were like, like this. It was like one of my cats is an actual swiper. If she hits you, you're like in the hospital. The other cat is like, meh, 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 meh. He does this. And he doesn't really hurt you. So that's what they did to Prot Pally. I was very surprised to see it only get a little love tap. It's still going to do a lot of damage. And it still has a really good utility package for these keys. There are a few fights that are not good for Prot Pally that would favor other tanks, such as anything that puts an 8-second bleed on you, such as Croth, which you can make a plan for. Excuse me. Or bosses in some of these other dungeons that do have kind of nasty tank bleeds. Windrunner, Spire, Ember Dawn, etc. Prot Pally will live up to a very, 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 very reasonable key level. In fact, the highest keys, I don't think Prot Pally will have a problem. Baseline, I don't think they can tune any of the tanks to be so much higher than the others because they're all simpler. So at a base level, the game kind of has to be designed now, where it's not like you have 7 different procs where if you micromanage it, this tank can do 23 and this tank can't. There's a lot less of that. There's still going to be a min-max, but I feel like baseline keys are better designed to kind of match tanks where they are. So I don't think the disparity of living is going to be as rampant as it was before, for what it's worth. I also don't do plus 23s to clarify. Important to know that. Okay, so Prot Pally, still an S+. This hasn't changed at all. At the very highest key level, I could see an argument for actually dropping it to A+. But for the vast majority of people, this is going to be a really strong tank. Okay, now here's where it actually changes. These tanks don't change their position. Are you ready? Bear goes to A+. I don't want to sandbag nor not sandbag this spec. Kind of sleeper right now. This is assuming that there might be some bug fixes. Bear is going to be the biggest benefactor to bug fixes. There's a lot that's happening behind the scenes where if you're not a very experienced Guardian Druid player, you don't even know what half the bugs are. You wouldn't fully understand how much it would impact your rotation, but also your timings. So for example, in the first pull of Algathar, in every key I've done effectively, when the tree boss spawns, I incarn the first pull, obviously, and then I fight the tree boss. The second set of ads, I would have incarn for if it wasn't bugged. I'm always about 15 to 25 seconds behind on that incarn. Incarn would line up if it wasn't bugged because the CDR on it is not counting for the extra rage consumed by Killing Blow, a few other things as well. So if they fix that, that would actually give me not just, that alone would give me a lot of damage because my incarn would line up better. And incarn is still a big cooldown for Bear. 1 second, I'm going to cough. Okay. So bug fixes for Bears will really benefit it, both defensively and offensively. This tank is the one that might vary 10, 20% based on timings, based on rage spent, based on CDR, but also based straight up on the damage of Killing Blow, based on what talents you might play. Playstyle-wise, this will change the way you deal with your Apex talent, which is a big min-max right now. I did a key earlier today, Algathar Academy, 15, and I did 109k overall on my Guardian. Pretty decent tank numbers at the moment. That's with all the bugs. So Guardian, and it also has the most potential out of any tank to live one-shots. People are sleeping on the natural resilience talent, which gives you a 30% max health shield on top of all the other things you already have. And it's not that hard, but there's a secret build, not secret build. Everyone I've seen playing Guardian is playing a weird build that actually I disagree with slightly. I think it'll work, but I've been playing this Guardian Druid build, which feels way smoother. My main problem is... oh, this is a bad time to get An itchy throat, man. This is probably because I started making out with my cat right before this in a very non-explicit manner. It was cute, I promise. Oh, I am actually a little allergic to cats, but you love them, so. Okay. So, Guardian has, I think, the most potential to live one-shots. If it ever got to that level, you have the most things that you can layer, more than any other tank at the moment with the new talent. You also provide Mark of the Wild. You have a group buff. It's just that most of the time, other Druid specs are really good. You have Boomy or Resto or this. Currently, Resto is the best healer, which is actually a big downfall for Guardian. Just like you would assume Devour will be Giga buffed, so if you're going to use that logic, you also have to use the fact that Devour is a new spec and will most likely be overpowered by release. Sucks right now, but they might buff it, and then VDH also falls, because you very rarely play two of the same thing. That would be a massive tuning mistake for them. So Guardian is in a good spot. These keys, you don't even notice the tank busters that Pally has to deal with. Because of the way that Frenzied Regen is playing right now, you have like infinite coverage. There are some packs that are a little harder to live on Guardian, but you can make a plan for it just by gaming that shield in particular and changing your rotation up a bit. So Guardian, good spot. Damage is weirdly kind of competitive. If anything, I'm going to rank one other tank slightly higher than it. And I think that Brew is the thing that has changed a lot. I am not a Brewmaster enjoyer myself, but I have seen other things. And it's enough for me to put Brew a lot higher. Brew is clearly in a good spot right now on beta. It's also bugged. And how we're going to see this on release, I just want to say, I may not be the biggest enjoyer of Brew, but there is a Brew copium every single season. I've never seen a beta where there isn't a Brew copium. Okay? Listen, I have a question for you. When was the last time you saw a not Brew copium meta? Everybody always says Brew's going to be good. For Brew to be meta, at even, this is not for World First Keys, let's call it title, like higher keys, just below title, around that, not 12s, higher. The situations that have to line up for Brew to be meta are insane. You have to want a physical comp specifically. Remember, it's not melee damage, it's physical damage. As in, it doesn't just buff all melee. You have to have very specific specs be desired. You have to have Mistweaver and Windwalker be bad. Well, hold up, sorry. That's a given, so that's probably going to be fine. But basically, right now on retail, I would argue that Brew is very good. You still don't see a lot of people play it. It is the least represented tank at a competitive level because it's very unique. My personal thought process on Brew is that even if it was the best tank at the meta level, you wouldn't see everyone swap to it. The same way that you would see everybody swap to VDH or Pally or Bear or whatever. There's just fundamentally, it doesn't mesh with half the tank players' population of their brain. We could actually have a conversation about exactly why that is. That'd be an interesting one. But for some reason, the mentality of playing Brew is very different than other tanks. And there's a lot of tank players who are like, look, I understand it's 2% ahead, but I might actually not be able to wrap my head around it. I'm one of them, and I accept that. So this is a personal bias. All tier lists have personal bias in them because no one plays all 6 tanks absolutely pitch perfect global for global. But Brew is clearly in a good spot. If you look at logs on beta, it's doing pretty competitive numbers. Although a lot of that, you have to game in a way that costs you. It's kind of like when you play Prot Warrior, you could, back in the day, you could just hit Revenge. And there was a lot of tanks who would do that and do bigger damage, but they would also die. So Brew has that kind of fundamental issue. With if you really greed your damage, you can sacrifice survivability. Bear also has that problem a little bit, believe it or not now. Here's the problem with Brew. It's also the problem with Blood DK. Notoriously good raid tank. They don't have separate tuning for raid and Mythic Plus. If they don't have separate tuning for raid and Mythic Plus, I don't think Brew will ever be meta in keys. They kind of need to have separate tuning for raid and Mythic Plus. I'm not talking like entirely, completely they have to address everything. Just a few things. Think about how much easier the game would be to balance if they could just go, hey, Windwalkers, we're going to increase your damage on this ability or this ability in Mythic Plus, but not in Raid. Game would be so much easier to balance. Mystic Touch as a group buff, the game is pretty well balanced right now. So group buffs become way more competitive. You understand that? If the game is better balanced, then the 3% difference of Mark of the Wild becomes even more competitive, not less. It used to be that if a tank was like 30% ahead, then it didn't really matter what the group buff was. That was End of Shadowlands Blood Decay as an example. Yo, thank you for the sub healer. Does that make like you remember the End of Shadowlands Blood Decay was so dumb because it was so much better. In fact, the season that Blood Decay was really, really strong and dominant was actually the season that Brew had the coolest tier set ever and was also really good. But no one played it. Not no one played it, but very, very... It still wasn't competitive because you had something that was way ahead. Right now, the game is not like that. All tanks are playable. I still have some issues with how tanks are in beta, a little bit. But we'll talk about that in another video. So Brew is... objectively, good spot. Subjectively, I think it's copium to assume that this is going to be meta. All right? I just don't see a world where you play Brewmaster. And the main reason for it, there's a few other arguments I have, but the main reason is simply that meta perception is what actually drives meta decision making. It's not what is genuinely valuable or what can be played. Because everything can be played, even at a plus 19 or a plus 20. I tuned into Rise stream the other day, like a few weeks ago, and he was doing a 21 Dawnbreaker with 3 Fury... This is on retail, on live. He was doing a 21 Dawnbreaker with a Brewmaster, 3 Fury Warriors, and him playing Preservation Evoker. Bruh, that's not meta. It's a 21 Dawnbreaker. That's a above title key. You can do it. But it's so much easier to just play what the perception of meta is versus the actual viability of the spec, much higher. And I don't think that Brew can win a community perception battle. That, I think, is the best way I could explain the real issue with Brewmaster is that it would be that. We can argue about the utility of it, sure, but you can make any utility package works. Example being... No, but no, it's not just that Mystic Touch is trash. You're arguing like you say, Ring of Peace, this, Leg Sweep, whatever. Leg Sweep is really strong. But you could also argue that in Dragonflight Season 2, Bear did not necessarily have the best CC package. You still played it because it was very overtuned. It was good. It's really good. You can argue that Dispriest has been meta plenty of times. It was the only healer without a kick, and it had Psychic Scream. There were healers like Shaman that existed while Dispriest was meta, and you would still play Dispriest. Because ultimately, tuning and what your group needs is generally, that was before verse, is generally dependent on what the season requires. Does that make sense? So you can make any utility package works. There was a season where Shadow Priest was so dominant. End of Dragonflight, this was pretty recent. End of Dragonflight, you had Shadow Priest doing so much more damage than everyone else that you would play an Augmentation Evoker and Fire Mage basically to buff and fill what the Shadow Priest couldn't do. When Enhancement Shaman at the beginning of the War Within was really good, it was still pretty squishy. So you would babysit it with a Prop Pally. And there were things that basically enabled other things to be played. If Brew was genuinely tuned and you really wanted to play it, its CC package wouldn't be a problem. These current keys, there's no key that's quite like Priory. You'll be able to make anything work. I don't think the CC argument is a good one so much anymore because the game is moving in the direction where the CC chain is going to be a little bit less required. Still at a highest key level, it's going to be needed, but it's going to be a little less required going into Midnight, which is a massive W in my opinion. The nature of the keys is not nearly as demanding as something like Priory. With a few exceptions based on just cheesing mechanics or something like an AMS or whatever. But, okay. So, Warrior, solid, but again, there is a reason to play it, which is that attack power is very important. Oh, let me think about this. Let me think about the right way to say this. Warrior is not the best suited tank for these dungeons, but it will absolutely be able to do it if required. I worry a little bit that at a certain key level, Warrior would fall over in some of these packs, because the dangerous packs for tanks right now are additional arcane damage inflicted on hit, which can just one-tap something like a Warrior. You'll have to rotate your DRs incredibly well. Other tanks have a little bit more viability for surviving what's potentially the walls in a lot of these keys, even at a title range. Not so much world first, but just right below that, okay? I actually think that Warrior could have a potential problem, but most likely has more than enough. You just plan cheat death. You have 2 charges of shield wall still. You actually just have to rotate things a little bit better, because it's not as baseline tanky as it was previously. There's a lot more bleeds and magic damage that you'll just have to make a plan for. You could totally do it. Warrior is a tuning thing right now. If this tank was tuned 10% more damage for Mountain Thane, Colossus has fundamental issues. I think that it would be just, everybody would be like so hopped up on Warrior. Like 10-20% more damage, and it would be competing, it would be like all the way up here. So I think that Warrior is strong, it's consistent, a lot of people have enjoyed playing it, and it has everything that you would want for a key, because unlike Mystic Touch, you have Battle Shout. And the way that attack power works, it's very strong because it's 5%, not 3%. They never nerf this down to 3%. So if you want a Warrior, the Warrior tank will be applicable, but I don't think it has any more or less viability than Bear or Brew at the moment. I could see this being down here a little bit, but I'm going to leave this here for now. Now, we get to the actual discussion of Blood DK. 15% aura buff to Blood DK. I have been requested by community decision to play Blood DK right after I'm done making this tier list. I'm going to tell you something. I'm not really looking forward to it. Well, that's not true. Blood DK is still fun to play. As a tank player, it's always fun to play Blood DK. To an extent of fun, it's like, wow, I'm really in charge of myself. But there's something about Deathstrike just not feeling as good as it should. It's also bugged. We go back to the original conversation of this list, which is that the bugs will make or break how the tanks feel, because there are some really big ones. And Blood DK is very negatively bugged. When they nerfed it into the ground, they didn't change some of the interactions that needs to happen. So I definitely think that Blood DK, when bug fixed, will feel a lot better. The 15% buff is pretty good, but I also think it's complete hopium that you could say that it's just like, oh, Blood DK is totally fine. It's C or B. There is no reason to play it. I can't think of a reason to play it. It's not the most independent tank. It's not the most self-healing tank anymore. It doesn't have a group buff. You got 2 charges of grip. Great. You have 2 charges of everything. You have all this other stuff here, though. The question is, why play it? What's the reason? I can at least make a reason for Brew. I could totally see Brew could live, just like Bear, it has like really strong one-shot potential for living if that's really an issue, but I don't think there's a lot of one-shots. It's more like sustain that you're going to need as a tank. It's not going to be so much one-shot potential in this next season. It's going to be like, hey, this pack just owns you for 30 seconds. Like, what's your plan? Why play Blood DK? Can it live better than any other tank? No. Do you have to work harder to live compared to any other tank? Yes. Is it overpowered? No. Is it undertuned? A little bit. But Blood DK suffers from a criminal problem, which is that it's very good in Raid. If they don't separate Mythic Plus and Raid tuning, Blood DK I don't think could ever be meta in keys, because they'll never buff it to the degree that it needs to be buffed if they don't separate Raid tuning. It's not bad, it's just not competitive with the other tanks. They gave it a 15% aura buff recently. I feel like it could get another 20% and still not be. That's my... think about it like this. You could get another 20%, and I don't think it would immediately be here. I think they have kind of an impossible job to balance this. That quote, yeah, I heard that too. I saw that video. Just like VDH is what Blood DK wants to be, but isn't. For the vast majority of keys, Blood DK is way worse than you think it is. Because if it can be played at the absolute highest level, and it's just good enough to be played there, then it's really tough to play at a mid-level. I will run Deathbringer in my next key. If your argument is when you run a specific stat and you run a specific thing and you play it perfectly, then it's going to feel much better. How much better? Because that's now you're asking me to play things pitch perfect. It just feels bad in keys. I'm not even sure I'm coming up with the best arguments in the reason it feels bad in keys, there's a lot. The reason it feels bad in keys is because you know for a fact that they're not going to tune it to where it would feel good. Does that make sense? Fundamentally, that's the problem with Blood DK, is they're not going to tune it to the power level that it would need to be in order for me to really enjoy playing it. I think personally that Blood DK is the most fun to play when it's overpowered. But they're actually doing a pretty good job not making any tank feel crazy overpowered. So I think the days of the Shadowlands tier set is kind of gone. And I think that Blood DK, unless they give it a 2% haste buff, unless they give it some sort of group buff, tanks are not individually tuned high enough, more than everything else, to justify not having a group buff. There would have to be a reason to play it. And I don't think I can see a reason for it at this exact moment in time. Does that make sense? Does that argument make sense? Because this is, all the tuning numbers can change. But I don't foresee them ever making Blood DK do 15% more damage than every other tank. And that's kind of what it would need. Like, it would need to be doing not like 2% more, but like 10% more, at least, to make up for the fact that it does not provide a group buff. That's the main problem. I can tell you, just like I can tell you here, the predictions, you'll notice group buffs are very important. Prop Paladin makes keys significantly easier. Blood DK does not. So many of these mechanics that you can AMS are not like the second boss of Priory. AMS is completely broken in the new season, for sure. But it's a DPS mechanic. You don't have, you as a tank having AMS doesn't help nearly as much as a DPS having AMS to actually immune certain boss mechanics. I agree with what you're saying, what everybody's saying about Monk right now. But those are generally my thoughts on the tanks. I tried to rein it in because I'm a little tired, but I wanted to make sure that I give sort of just different takes. You can watch, I watched Kira's video earlier, and I liked that he separated the tanks into their utility package into this, but I kind of fundamentally disagreed with some of it. Ultimately, the truth is that every tank has preferences, and not everyone plays all 6 tanks perfectly. I'm getting tired. But yeah, that's my thoughts. Would you agree with most of the takes that I've made? I at least feel like tanks are a little better with all the changes. There's no tank that's like way down here, but I cannot see a reason to play Blood DK, and I still think that's Copium. Does that make sense? Yeah, give or take. Yo, Taze, what's up? What's up, Taze? First day in Thailand? Welcome. I thought you were going to get here last week. But I definitely think that the argument for utility is the wrong argument because you can make it work. And there's so many examples of this in the last several 4 or 5 years of keys where you play a spec even if it has way less utility than everything else because it's simply tuned that high. Yeah. Okay. Not my finest work. I'm a little tired today. But thoughts? Dusk Warden, you're a monk player, and you say work harder is subjective. It 100% is subjective. You think brew is easy. Does what I said about Brew, do you think that's true? Fran, I like tanking. I've been tanking for a very long time in World of Warcraft. I can play Monk at a regular level. No problem. Because you're right, as a tank player, I can at least understand it to a basic level. So if you put me into a plus 12 or a plus 15, I can do it. I won't die. I could 0 to hero my Brewmaster tomorrow, and I would be able to do that without a problem. Okay? But if you put me into a plus 20, I'm going to die. Because that tank gets very nuanced as you actually get checked for surviving. It's got a pretty unique way of thinking about heavy incoming damage. And I cannot wrap my head around it when I actually am challenged. I think Warriors are tank. You think on beta right now? Yes, and then a big part of that is how much time I spent in the tank. But playstyle wise, there are certain tanks that love being reactive. An example being a lot of people who like Brew also like Blood DK because they're both reactive. I can't tell you exactly when I'm pressing my button before I walk into the pack. I kind of have to adjust based on the damage income, based on the damage pattern. And my health bar is kind of a little bit. So on Bear, I have the ability of Foresight, where I don't have to say, as a Blood DK, I'm like, I can't tell you I'm going to Death Strike exactly 2.4 seconds, and then I'm going to Death Strike again at 3.7. I could estimate, but I ultimately have to react. I like tanks where I can tell you, I can script out the entire fight and the core and the whole, almost the whole dungeon by route memorization. Where I say, the first pull of Algathar, I'm going to walk in, I'm going to go 1, 2, 3. I'm going to go shift into Boomy form, Starfall. At that point, the first mob will be approaching me. I shift back into Bear. The very first global is this. And then I can tell you exactly what I'm going to be able to do. Okay? For the next 30 seconds. I can actually script out the next 40 seconds. That's why I can tell you what's weird is, remember, I can be like, by the time the second set of ads spawn on Bear, I have Incarn back up. If the CDR was fixed. That's how well I can script Bear. But Monk doesn't play like that. Nor does Blood DK. So guess what my favorite tanks are? Pally, Bear, Warrior, VDH, those types of things. I really like those tanks. Because those can plan a little bit more. VDH has been a little bit here. But yeah, no, Pally, just basically before the fight, you say the first hit, I'm going to Ardent, the next one I'm going to Kings, the next one I'm going to Bubble, I'm going to use this here, I might have Wings up here, make sure I do this, etc., right? A lot of things you do on Brewer related to CDR, your core abilities. Yes. So there are people who enjoy thinking on the fly, and then there are people like me. There's just a fundamental personality difference. There's nothing wrong with it, it's just a personality difference that actually affects playstyle significantly. It's no different than saying as a DPS player, there are some people who like incredibly high APM, incredibly fast. They just want to go combust fire mage, outlaw rogue. That's their life. That's what they want. That's what they like. And there are other people who are like, I would like to be in range and a caster. I want to go a little slower. I want to go play a Destro Warlock. That's my vibe. Everything still obviously always be casting, but there's a fundamental difference between personal preference for just straight up like APM. Like how many actions are you actually doing? How spammy is your spec? I have the problem of I always play with 200 plus ping because I live in Thailand, but I play on NA servers. So I tend to prefer things that are lower APM. I know that about myself, and it also affects significantly what tanks I like to play. So, as an example, Blood DK, I'll play it right now, but wow, that tank feels pretty rough for me because it's never tuned. If it's tuned highly enough that I can just be like, I'm going to just do my rotation and I'm good. I'm okay. But if I'm fighting for my life, I can die. Simply because I miss a death strike, because I have a slight delay with my globals. And I don't like having to deal with that. So, in general, Dusk, I agree with you 100% about what you're saying about Brew. And the fact that you don't really like Bear or Warrior make perfect sense to me, because those are completely antithesis. They're on the opposite ends of the spectrum. You have Pally and VDH being somewhere in the middle. Bear and Warrior are predictive, mitigation-based tanks, although it's changed a little bit over time. And then Brew and Blood DK are the reactive-based tanks that have options like this. Even if I had perfect ping and single-digit ping, which is a dream that I think about sometimes, I would still not like Blood DK, because if I'm playing tank, I want to be the most reliable member of my team. Even if I only throw 5% of my keys, I hate it. I don't like ever having a tank death. If I make an aggro mistake, that's fine. If I make a routing mistake, no problem. If I'm a little lazy, yeah, sure, that's fine. But I do not like dying as a tank. It feels very bad. Even if you very rarely die, I just don't like it. It feels way more punishing, even though it's not. Like, it's actually not, because if you do 10 keys in a day and you throw one of them as a tank, then you're the most successful person in your party, because that means that other people threw 9 of them. Like, you fail 10 keys. So you only threw 10% of your keys. By nature of it being 5 people, you should have thrown 20%. So that's my personal preference, and I find that the variable tanks I enjoy playing less, even if I had single-digit ping. To me, Blood DK is a variable tank, where sometimes you just get got. You made the problem there, to be honest. I don't feel like that on beta. We'll hop over to beta now. I don't feel like that personally on beta, weirdly enough. I feel like if I'm dying as a Blood DK, I'm just dying as a Blood DK right now. Yeah, what's up? You're 1% I own Mythics. I'm just like tank this new season, and I really love Bear and Brew. What do you think is the best option to push with a friend, and what is the best option to push with pugs? Great question. To what key level, Fran? Basically, Paladin is the best tank to play with pugs. The answer to your question is Paladin. That is basic. All right, Dusk. I'll do it. This is the time. The answer is Paladin. Yeah. Pally's a pug hero, by far. MC second boss, first boss, Magister's Terrace first boss. Bubble, as powerful as Bubble is... Let me think about that for a second. If Paladin wasn't tuned well, you wouldn't say that, in my opinion, DPS. Also, you think Warrior is the tankiest tank on beta right now? Can I ask for clarification? Do you say on retail or on beta? Because you've been playing a lot of Warrior, and I know you like Warrior. I still think, if Warrior just did 10, 20% more damage, really, have you played other tanks? I know it's good. I have no fundamental problem with it. I just think if it did 10 or 20% more damage, it would simply be S tier, and everybody would be very hype about it. The fact that it doesn't is the problem. Because no one stacks Mastery on Warrior. Yeah. I know. I gotta swap. Does anybody have a specific Blood DK build they want me to play? Also, I agree with what you're saying, Dusk, just to clarify. I'm not sure I... Can we still do Mythic Plus with a pre-patch? Yeah, you can. Bear Lion. Yeah, but it's going to be a weird time to do Mythic Plus. Because you're going to have some weird... It's going to be a weird time to do Mythic Plus. Yeah. Healers lose their kick. People get pruned. I don't know if the compensation buffs will be enough. It's going to be a very funny time to be playing WoW at pre-patch, actually. Oh, yeah. So the bugs should probably be the same. Yes. They're full implementing it, and they're not ready to do that. I mean, unless there's some bug fixes today or tomorrow, like they're straight up not ready, man. Pre-patch is going to be absolute chaos. Yeah, you're going to have some things that are just doing probably like way more damage than everything else, most likely. It would be my assumption. Where do I want to put this? Let's go here like this. Okay. You know, don't judge me for being a bad blood DK, but I might consider just dropping Bloodshot for Umbilicus. And what key do we want to do? Pre-patch notes are already out, and I know there's nothing on bug fixes. I really think that's a big problem with how they're tuning tanks right now. Is anyone actually playing consumption? I haven't looked at logs recently. Yeah, we could do AA 15 real fast. I don't think I've seen anyone play consumption. I don't know. Yeah. No, right? Keck, no one's playing consumption? Okay, that answers that question then. I think I'm okay with this build. There's probably a few talents that I might be playing that are maybe a little weird, but let's go ahead and send it. Any notes? Blood DKs? Let's see what I can do. Tasered. You still here, man? Can I ask you a question? Dusk. DPS. Based on if you were listening to the tier list, and if you weren't, that's cool. But if you were listening to the tier list, did you learn something? Was there anything in that list that was at least a unique perspective? Because I don't want to carbon copy people. I'm curious that you think that Warrior's so tanky. Ultimately, tier listing, as I try to clarify every single time I make it, I don't always do the best job of it, is a subjective game. No, I did pay attention. No problem. DPS, I think that the problem with Warrior is going to be pulls like... Imagine just doing like a plus 21 Algothar Academy before the pull of Veximus. If you're going to triple that pull, Warrior, no matter how much, it doesn't matter. You can solo that, but you don't have spell block. So how are you dealing with the additional arcane damage inflicted on hit? Or I'm thinking the pulls in Nexus. Am I misunderstanding the fact that currently Mastery scales critical block, but that is still only blockable damage? You can't critically block damage that you cannot block. Out of curiosity. And I'm very okay with being wrong here. Which tank class would you like to be in real life? Bear. Oh, 100% bear. Have you seen their butts? Like, the melee damage will never kill a warrior, especially if you have enough mastery, but the many different things will. Whereas other tanks, you actually do have a plan to prevent it. I am not, so that take is from Yoda. I have not currently done a key level on my Paladin where I have felt checked enough to play Sentinel. To be honest, I've been playing crit wings every single time. I love doing massive damage on the Paladin. It's a lot of fun. All right, let's do an Algothar real fast just to keep that consistent for today. We'll do other keys later. Built-in flotation device. I don't know. I just really like things that have big butts. Big butts are good. Can't go wrong with a big butt. But yeah, bears are the cutest. They're the fuzziest. They have the best texture. If you were ever stranded on an island, you would probably want a bear with you, as long as they died first so you could eat them. I don't know. If I actually was stranded on an island, I'm pretty sure I would just I would just, you know, there's a world where it's like, I don't want to do all this work. All right, let's see who wants to play. Tank. I tank on Blood DK. Wait. You not asleep? Holy fuck, is Shin still on? There's no way. There's no way Shin is still on. Really? For real? Wait. Bro, I thought he was going to call it 7 hours ago. Is he still going? No, go to sleep. Holy shit, he's at 32 hours. Bro, he's at 32 hours? Oh, we follow on that. Okay. Holy, I'm very impressed. All right, who wants to come to this, by the way? Does anybody want to come play? I answered for a bit. This will be my last key for today. Tazdingo. Nice. Hello from Italy. What's up, Tiny? What's the best pug tank? Paladin. Scranton. Random will heal. The hardest pulls to tanker and Magister's MC. Magister's Terrace. Can you show talents? These are the... you have better talents for me. Don't quote my Blood DK talents. This would be my own cook or whatever. First pull 4 summoner, guys. In seat? 4 summoner, guys. You mean the chains? I think you're going to do like 2, 3. Oh, Mysara Caverns. Oh, right. Okay. Sorry, I don't know what I thought. Hardest pulls to tank are an MC. This is summon boss. Yeah, okay, I got you. Fucking shit. I'm doing? I'm gonna try. I'll fail. In seat first room, I understand. I don't think you'll do all of that in a live key. I think you do 2. I'm assuming that the actual route for that is going to be like 2 and then 1. Thoughts on the Apex talents for Blood? It was super cool when Sand Lane wasn't... Before they actually fixed Sand Lane Healer, the Apex talents for Blood were so cool, and it was so fun, because you just had 7 weapons out. And honestly, that was super fun, but it was definitely too broken, so they nerfed it. Now, The problem is, what's the actual interaction here, as far as I understand it? If I have my actual rune weapon out and this procs, it resets the cooldown of it, or it overlaps the cooldown, and now I just get this one. It's 6 seconds. Like, my actual rune weapon will get overlapped by this or something like this, though. Are you playing from EU? I live in Thailand, but I play on NA servers. However, beta is cross-realm, so you could play EU to NA to whatever. Sounds good. Good luck, man. Good luck, man. Let's rest. Well, I don't like it either. Yeah, I don't like it either. Duskwarden, although we actually are different players fundamentally in terms of like what we like about tanking. You know what's funny is I think everyone can agree lay on stress. Scranton, is that you? Lay on stress. The fact is, I genuinely think Dusk. Everyone can agree on the fact that RNG for tanks is no good. Like pure RNG, and that's why I don't like DOTC. Even if DOTC is better for Bear, it's like, man, does it feel bad when you really want that proc and you don't get it? That's tough. Scranton, we have random healing this, and I will continue to let him heal for now, Scranton. Shalala. Oh, Marksmanship Hunter. I read those changes, and I was actually pretty sold on Marksman. I think Marksman, I want to see him do all this key. Okay, biggest thing is make a plan for aggro on the very first pull. Yeah. You got me to try Invoker, and Prez is your new favorite healer. To the point, really. I actually think, genuinely, that's something I want to do, by the way, is the Preservation Evoker guide soon. Because Prez is also my favorite healer. But it's not nearly as complicated as people think it is. If I had to rank how hard... Yeah. That's all I played. People don't remember. This was way back in the day, Dusk. This was when I first started streaming before... It was like the very first little bit. The end of Dragonflight, all I actually did was play Prez. I didn't even tank back then. Barely. I mean, I had off tanks, but I main Prez and I just stuck with it. Ha! I stuck with it. Well, I mean, back in the day, my stream was pretty much... It was more unhinged back then. I've matured a lot over the time. Okay, Rune of Sanguination, I was playing... Yeah, I gotta change this. I'm gonna go to Rune Forge here. Gweg. Sure. Yeah, but I was playing it in a Resto Druid season. You're not still unhinged? Nah. Okay, I'm tired. I'm gonna have to focus on this a little bit, though. Demon, after setting up pull, you can play with the worst healer? Yes. I don't feel like that necessarily. I'm like, Druid is super independent if you play it well. You have to, if you misplay it, it's very squishy. But misplaying it is just not sending Frenzied Regen when you actually should. That's the misplay on Bear. People oversend or undersend. And that is kind of the, it's like 25% of my HPS in a key right now. Okay, I'm gonna... Pally doesn't feel as independent to me. Like, at some point, I actually could die. There's a world where on Pally, I don't make it. If my healer dies and I'm on my own, I could see myself struggling on some pulls. Bear, I'm super... Like, if my healer dies, I'm like, okay. Like, honestly, like, my bear just kind of lives. Not forever, but pretty close to it. Okay, if I actually play DK, I'm going to have to think about this. Yeah, so I'm going to try Rogue for Midnight. Oh! I'm having a Rogue in group, so yeah. Chaos 3, what level do you want to play? So what key level would you like to play? I had just messaged one of the best rogues that I've ever played with, which is Shindig. If you want to play Rogue, I imagine you know who Shindig is. He's on right now trying to do... No, why is my DPS... Oh, my DPS meter is bugged down here? Well, that's a terrible place for it to be bugged. Holy. Really? No, I can't move my meter. This one, whatever it was, apparently, though. Death Knights are truly dead right now. Not as bad as Windwalker Monks. They're playable. I just think that I think it's copium to say that this is somehow so good that you'll want to play it. You don't depend on your block anymore for Pally. It's not Windwalker Strays. It's not a conspiracy theory if you're right. Kato just subscribed. Do you know the Animal song? No. Do the devs not saying what if a big Windwalker thing is coming soon? What if an actually Omega Giga rework for Windwalker is coming like tomorrow? That'd be crazy. And then it ends up being like the best spec. I could see it being overbuffed, to be fair, but I don't think a rework is coming. I don't know, man. It's bad. It's tough. It's not good at the moment, though. So far, I'm 3 to 20. KFS. I thought about playing League for a little bit, though. GG Brew. I think one thing that Brew has going for it is the fact that you probably just won't play... I don't know. In my opinion, they won't let anything be actually as bad. I think it's Animals by Maroon 5. The song makes me think of you. Interesting. It's a meta tank at the moment. On beta, it's a little bit of a personal preference. DPS, can I ask you out of curiosity what the highest key... I have not done 19s. The highest I've done is 17. What's the highest key you've done on beta as a warrior? I know you're a Giga Warrior player. Don't forget to log. I don't want to log this. This one... It's going to be... Well... You just misdirect me, man. Ew, blood. Well, Kato, you don't have to worry about that every month. 18 and 19 after... Okay. How does... Is there anything that you're scared of on Warrior that you can't feel like you live eternally? Where are you most scared? Ready? Nope. Interesting. I think the Battle Axe pull scares me on Bear, just because if I If I just slip a little bit, like I'll just die. Okay. Do not aggro early. You gotta give me a second for aggro. I believe that random will carry me through this key. It's a very rare blood DK. Dusk was the one who actually voted for this in the community settings on Cracked. So I honor the community settings. Do not aggro early. Hiding the chat with that's what I do. You know, I always do that. I'm not subtle about it, Soap. If I say something in party chat that I don't want you to see, I always just open my talent page. That's fair. That's fair. I'm not that worried about it. I have Purgatory. Okay, grip, taunt. Okay, we've grouped this pretty well now. Hey, yo, that looks like early aggro to me. Fuck you guys. Give me a second. Underrated part, by the way. All right, here, I'll come here. Underrated part of whether a tank could be viable in Pugs is how good they are at snap threat. Like, Colossus Warrior was actually gigafun for me to play on beta. But goddamn, I was like in actual despair with aggro. Because in coordinated groups, oftentimes people will let you have aggro. They'll give you a second because they know that they're going to do more damage if things group perfectly. But I just don't feel like that. I don't know. I mean, this doesn't feel bad. This doesn't actually feel bad at all. Tanks feel a little better with a lot of the tuning that's happened since early beta. I still just don't think there's a really good reason to play it. So my rotation. No. I mean, I'm not gonna die. This is a 15, right? Yeah, it's a 15. Bosses are scaring high keys. Yeah. Bug tank busters. Which ones? Could you clarify which one? DPS? Does item level meters? No, because everyone is scaled to exactly the same item level right now. Every single person on beta will be exactly the same item level, so you don't have to worry about that. Yep. When we talked about the tier list, honestly, the tier list is almost like that right there. That's a fucking near one tap. Like, I don't have to defensive it, but it's pretty close. I should make my frames bigger so that you can see how close to death I am in this key. I kind of want to save Rune Weapon. You can grip this branch. Here, we'll go here and go like this. Yo, what's up, Rathios? Tomorrow, okay, so today this is going to be my last key, by the way. Tomorrow is my birthday, and I want to do some really fun stuff on stream. Whoops. If I die, by the way, it's specifically because there's a reason, okay? If I die, and that's an if. But I'm just saying, I know you can't see my HP. I realize that. I'll make my frames bigger in a second. Let me just get through this boss. Happy other. So, last year, my birthday's in January, and I was having a particularly bad January. If you don't know the Awu lore, I was married once upon a time, and I got divorced right before my birthday last year. And I was just like in a pretty bad way, so I just spent the entire time in January, I literally just streamed for like 14 hours a day. That's basically when I started streaming, because I was just like kind of in despair, right? So, hold up, kill the branch. Kill branch. This year, I'm very excited to just be in so much of a better place and just have happiness on stream. Yeah. It was not a particularly fantastic time of my life. That being said, this year, okay, this one will be IBF. Like, that was a misplay, and I'm going to be alright. That was actually a misplay. I dropped my resources there. I will show you the meters in a second. This key was not very well established. My UI is really bad on Blood DK right now. But as an example, can you see that I can have a harder time, like, responding to things when I play Blood DK. Because I actually have to be, like, doing this. People running off the wrong side, start of it.
Yo, sorry, I missed all of the YouTube chat. If you're on YouTube, come to the main stream if I ever miss your chats. Especially while I'm playing a tank like this. Okay, so you just AMS this mechanic. I will just dancing rune weapon, sure. No, oh, my rune weapon. Ugh, man. Have you played? Yeah, I did. I did 109k earlier in Algathar. Options, edit mode. Wait, no, it's edit mode, right? Yeah, this. Don't die. Don't pull this thing yet. Here. Yeah, that's so much better here. There you go. Boom, save. Better? No, I mean, I'm not going to die. Actually, that's not true. That boss would have proc purg if that first hit on the boss, because I didn't choose to mitigate it, that would have proc purg pretty much immediately. If it was a hierarchy. Whoops. And that's just lag. Bear does more DPS than Druid. I did prove that twice in both builds. I did a key earlier. I did a 15 Algathar on DOT. I did this is Druid the Claw, and I did one as a Loon's Chosen. Both were absolutely fine to play. Cool. Let's make some new meters while we're at it. Create new window. It's not that bad. Just not that high either. Boop, boop, boop. That's overall? Yeah. But I'm probably not min-maxing to the degree that I should, though. Don't decide yet. If you're thinking about what to decide based on meta, like what's going to be the best, the answer is no. The answer is don't decide yet. I'm a little surprised that the marksman is doing... He's playing Sentinel. Unsure if that is or is not the play right now for marksman. I haven't played my hunter yet on beta. That's overall right now? Yeah, mage damage. I thought they nerfed mage. I can't believe... Actually, you know what? By the way, sorry. I gotta get one more little jab in. I'm a Blizzard enjoyer. I'm a Blizzard enjoyer. But also, absolutely... Bro, how do mages keep getting away with this shit? They never, ever actually get nerfed. They always somehow escape every single nerf they've ever gotten is somehow a buff. I have a question for you in Discord. Yo, ask, Album, how was your Thailand trip? I've just... This is my first stream back. My family was in Thailand for like a whole week. The only with Bloodzik, unlike it needs to react to proactive defensive users. That's no problem. I fully appreciate all tips that you have for Blood DK. Send them my way. I haven't played this tank in a little bit. I welcome all and any feedback. Backseat gaming is totally not just accepted, but welcomed, because I am not playing this. I'll play it adequately. Like, I just dropped my shield there for a second, actually. Mostly because my tracker's over here, and this is way too much. I don't know. I'm not looking at this. I'm definitely not looking all the way to my right of my screen here. I need to put that right in the middle. My cooldown manager is not doing me any favors here. I was off range there. Cool. My healer's dead, no problem. So here I'm going to spend my IBF there, and I'm just going to wait a few seconds for this because I want coverage. Survival Hunter, it was nerfed in the last set of notes, which honestly was uncalled for because it was doing really good, but it wasn't doing this good. I mean, let me just, well, yeah, look at the mage DPS. This was nerfed in the last set of notes, and I read the nerfs and I was like, nah, that's weird. I've been playing a lot of Frost Mage. That doesn't really look like a nerf to me. So the way I approach a tank like Blood DK when I'm not as good at it, I do the same thing with Brew, which is also why I clarify all the time. Just to clarify, I will be honest about the fact that I'm simply not as good at these tanks. So my perspectives on them are colored subjectively, sure, but also objectively. Desmond isn't as important with Sand Lane. You can zone cooldown pretty much because it gives parry. I thought it was still enough of a damage cooldown that I wanted to save it, but fair enough. But even so, like, my roads... Okay, Illusion, can I ask you some questions? You can actually go with... You can learn how I learn a tank. Illusion, how familiar are you right now with Blood DK on beta? Pretty familiar? Because I'll ask you questions and I'll clean up my rotation by the end of this key. In single target, Do I prioritize Blood Boil whatsoever, or only to refresh my disease, or /or when Dancing Rune Weapon is up to refresh? First question. Like right now, is it really just Heart Strike, Heart Strike, Heart Strike, Death Strike on cooldown for damage? Because I'm not going to need it defensively. Or do I press Blood Boil whatsoever? I don't know the answer to that question. I would have no way of knowing. I wouldn't Marrow Rends, aside from just maintaining... I think I'm playing the talent that buffs it when I need it, though. Even on single target? Oh, it's this one first. No, don't go fire first. Don't go fire first. Wind, 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 wind. Oh, we're super dead. Oh, yeah, we're giga dead right now. Oh, they don't know this. Oh, we're like Omega dead, probably. Oh, bye-bye. So, like, here, I wanted to build to max runic power. I should have lined up Dancing Rune Weapon for max damage, but I'm going to get as many Death Strike single target damage as I possibly can. Then we can see, but if I had lined up my cooldowns a little better, we're probably dead. I mean, maybe random can heal this, but you kind of have to go the other one first since they changed this, though. First bullet is what I always have, but single target is different than AoE. All tanks can AoE pad. You press Blood Boil. Okay, there you go. So all tanks can AoE pad. AoE is never the problem with tanking. And you can AoE pad the more you're playing with target cap specs. So if I wanted to do max damage, I would just invite a Windwalker. Single target right now, it's a completely different breakdown. I'm probably playing wrong, but that's okay. So here we'll cancel the knockback, and I'll go get my orb to the side. Mine will be right there. So there, I manually cast Marrow Rend, but I think I shouldn't have, considering I would have been fine. Also, let me try to help my team. I don't know if this is not going to do much because nobody's in it, but... Alright, random... Oh, fuck! That was a frontal. I didn't see that frontal. It's okay. Has been uncapped in the beta, by the way. Are you trolling me right now? I mean, I'm still alive, aren't I? I'll just burn Lichborn. I'm pretty sure we're dead. Like, actually, this overlap is too much. You want to go wind first. You gotta go wind first now, not fire. They changed. Yeah. If you go fire first, it's just basically done. It's basically hard shot with Blood Boils in between, keep Dustring in between, because you don't want to overcap and runic power. I think, yeah. We can just reset real fast. If your damage is uncapped, though, may just suck Season 3. Look, he'd be really good. Nah, what I'm showing you right now, this is a 15 Algothar. And I think my healer is watching me a little bit. We can just reset real fast. All good. Do we want to finish this key or go again? Because logs. Overall, I'm at 82k. I still don't see a reason to play it. So we're good. AMS is better on a DPS because there's so many things that you can do. Duskwarden, did you just like unlock a secret build, or is there a set of patch notes? I'm looking right now, and I'm not seeing any Wowhead news about this. You're trying to get me here. As you would consecrate in a pally. I'll do my best. Okay, one reset. If they uncapped Windwalker, would it be good? Because even your single target sucks right now. With respect. With respect. I didn't mean that to come off as offensively as it did. But we're just having an honest conversation. We're keeping it real here. And I'm having an honest conversation with you. Actually speaking, how much of a damage difference would it make if they uncapped Windwalker? It's not me. No, I know it's not you either. Based on how you're talking to me, the truth is, I think you forget so easily. When my cousin was here and my family was visiting me this week, I'll tell you in a second, Blazer. The answer actually is no. All tanks got like one button removed, but effectively they play nearly identical. maybe not identical. That's not the wrong way, by the way. It's not identical. It's just that everything else, if you're into WoW, as I know you are, Taze, because I played with you before, go play all the specs that you're used to. Holy shit. We lost our actual DPS. That's the problem. Holy wow. Some specs are gutted. Some specs are so much better. Like, so much easier. Now play tanks. And it's just a little bit easier. So if everything gets 30% easier, but tanks only get 5% easier, yeah, come. Then tanking is still hard. Does that make sense? Does that kind of answer that question? As in, it's a relative difficulty scale. Yeah. I'm not sure if that tank guide... I thought it was interesting and I provided some perspective, but I wish that I could just... I wish that I could explain to people how much tier listing is subjective. And if I make a tier list... I'm waiting for you, Taze. Let me know when you're on. I just wish I could kind of communicate to people. It's like, this is a conversation we're having about the specs and also about what's happening with beta. The main thing is, and a genuine conversation, and I should just make a video about this entirely. Forget the actual WoW tier list. You know what's actually more interesting is that we give Blizzard all the bugs that they need to know to fix the game. If they don't fix it, what are they doing? Does that make sense? Yo, what's up, Meaty? I was saying I want to learn how to use it. No, I would not do coaching on Brew. I can do coaching on almost everything else, but not Brew. Absolutely not. Me, Brew, no. I don't know who the best Brew coach would be that isn't like... I don't know if Shaw does coaching, but that's who I would ask. If you wanted to learn how to play Brewmaster specifically as a tank, I can coach anything, but not Brew. Brew is I will absolutely... I don't know if Equinox still is around doing coaching. I'm actually just not familiar, though. Can I have coaching on SUD? If you're a Patreon member and you're part of the... You just get a free coaching session with me any day, anyways. Augmentation Evoker. Can you play Dev? The new Brew... It's much simpler, that's true. Cute. Are you playing... Wait, Blaze, what? Taze, what's going on here? I mean, you could play Aug. This is going to be an interesting key, though. Magic Brew, because they made it pretty brain dead. You'd be surprised how unbrain dead the specs are still in Midnight. You're very welcome, Medito. I do, and I'll make guides in my... I think that what I want to do, by the way, for Medito, what I want to do right now is this. This is something I'm really interested in doing. Eventually, look out for here. Medito, just look out here. Because that's... I kind of want to do a collaboration, potentially, with somebody like Shaw, who's very good at Brewmaster. I reset now. Because I think it would be really cool content for you to see how I learn. Something that I'm not good at. If that makes sense. I actually think that the process of which I would learn a WoW spec would really benefit the general WoW community. Because everybody talks as if they've been playing the thing for 20 years. And oftentimes when you try to learn from somebody and you're like, hey, man, I really want to learn to play Brew. One of the problems is that a lot of the guides, they're so passionate about Brew that they overwhelm you with information. And it's like, hold up, Medito, what key level would you like to do? Right? But I think that would actually be really cool content because you'll see the questions that I ask. Like for Blood DK, I was like, there's all these questions I have, but right now in this moment, do I Blood Boil or Heart Strike? Which is the prio? Yeah, I imagine. I feel like Blood DK could almost be a little subjective in a weird way. Holy llama. I prefer my llamas a lot. Holy, no, God. Nope. when I was a kid, I had a lot of medical and mental health problems, so I was sent away from home to be on. I was basically put in different residential treatment centers around the U.S. And I had this roommate at one when I was 15. At this point, I was like 14 actually. When I was, I won't tell you the name of the place, but in one place I was at, I was 14. I was older already, and I'd kind of already succeeded in a lot of things. But anyways, I had this roommate, and he was like super into giraffe nuns on roller skates. Yeah, he always asked me like questions about it. Morning, Lacus. How's it going? How was family time? Family time was actually really great, to be honest, though. I don't think I realized how much I missed family and how kind of lonely I feel because I just don't have friends. Like I'm not a very social person outside of my stream, so I think I I don't know either, Brap. It's a real story, and that's not even. I'm not even. I can't make that shit up. Like I genuinely mean like all the time, man. This would be a thing. When I difference how to do bigger pulls with different tanks. Yep, I'm already gonna do that, Splotch. If you're on Patreon, I'm already gonna do that. You'll have to trust me when I say this, because right now there's not a lot of proof of it. The proof of concept is not there yet, because I'm waiting. And I can't even tell you what it's gonna be, because if I did, people would steal it immediately. I know how this works, okay? But for what it's worth, on that Patreon and YouTube member, I'm going to make the most helpful, I'll tell you right now. I will make the most helpful WoW tank and healer as well as DPS content in the entire WoW community. At least up there with the most helpful. Because I think I know what people need and how to help people with it. Oops, I'm gonna lag and probably get hit by that. Yup! I'm dead. I proc perg. Heal me. Oh, my healer saved me. Luckily, the pole was already dead. I backpedaled on that one, and there was somebody right behind me. I should have walked forward. Prez is not... Prez, I could totally teach you. This tie latency is PTR. We're not on tie latency. I'm only at 200 ping. This is actually pretty good for me today. Yeah, see, there Marksman was competing with survival there. Happily Dusk. There's a thing on the cracked thing. You already did the Blood DK one. That's why I'm here today. I was actually, by the way, I was gonna end stream earlier, but then you paid for the community goal of making me play Blood DK, so here we are. And to be honest, no transparent bar for AUG. Correct. No transparent bar for AUG. Interesting. You are right about that, Soap. There is, in fact, no transparent bar. Wait, Lou. Holy, wait, you just gifted 10 subs. Bro. What's up? Hi, Lou. Thank you for 10 gifted subs. What's up? Happy birthday. No, tomorrow's my birthday. But thank you. Oh, wait, thank you. Tomorrow's the birthday. It's the early birthday present. Thank you. Did I put in my stream title of my birthday? No. Thank you, Lou. Lou, can I ask you a question? Genuinely. Probably, no, I appreciate it. Can I ask you a question? If you were going to consume WoW content, like anything, somebody was going to make you the best content that you could possibly consume, what would you actually want to see? What would be on your top list where you would be like, man, I really wish that there was this particular thing that I could consume? Whether it be entertainment, whether it be informational, whatever would make your day and you're like, I want to watch that video. What would it be? I know my personality, and I know what I would watch, but I don't think that I'm reflective of the general WoW community because I just have a really weird appreciation for this game that kind of goes It's in a different direction for sure. Like, for example, what you might want to see Dusk is not necessarily the same as what other people would want to see. It all comes down to preferences, and in today's world that we live in, there are so many different categories. You can always find what you're looking for. I like the lore. See, that I would not have guessed. I would not have guessed that. So you're a big, like, Platinum WoW and stuff enjoyer? I have to be in a very particular mood to put on a lore video. Yeah. He's great. I've been watching him for a long time. I can't say that I actually have watched a lot of his recent videos, because I feel like I've been so busy that if I have a second, I'm like, yo, let me put on this. I want to hear what this person has to say about that DPS or this thing or whatever. Yeah, like Platinum, and obviously there's the classics. The thing I love about Platinum is that, goddamn, he knows so fucking much. That's what always, what gets me more than anything is just the depth of his knowledge is insane. Like, he'll occasionally bring this thing out, and I'm like, wait, what? I'm like, since when? I like gameplay, but that's seasonal. That's fair. Really? So even for DPS reasons, is that one reason my DPS is low right now? Because I'm over death striking? Even in single target illusion? So here, for example, just Dancing Rune Weapon. After Dancing Rune Weapon, make sure I have 3 Blood Plagues applied, and then I'm just going to be Heart Strike. Don't get knocked back. And then here, is it not Death Strike? Basically spam. Feel free to correct me. Like I said, I'm functional on this tank, but if you actually... This is the same thing that would happen on Brew, by the way. If I was going to play Brewmaster, it's the same thing that would happen, where I'm functional on it, but that doesn't mean I'm good at it, to clarify. That's a good... I'm glad I asked you that question, Lou, because you can get so caught up talking about what's meta and what's this and what's that, but I just don't think that that's actually reflective often of what people really want with World of Warcraft. Made into clubs, that's true. Soap has one of them. Yo. Sane Hearth. Thank you for the sub. Any notice on... Oh, yeah, I've noticed. You can tell... Oh, wait, well, actually, let me think about that for a second. No, that's not true. I can't really tell gameplay-wise the bugs, except that Dancing Rune Weapon gets overwritten sometimes. That's the only real bug. Other things doesn't give much of a DPS benefit. Cool. Sounds good. So Blood Boil is still prio. Dancing Rune Weapon when it procs. I should have a better tracker for that. Aside from that, a lot of the bugs with Blood Decay are not something that I would notice unless... Oh, I'm going to die. Hold up. Nice healing. They're not something that I would notice unless I was really challenging myself to the limits, which would be, I think, at like a 19 Algathar. Maybe then I would be like, oh man, if I just had 10% more armor, or like if I just had a little bit more here, I could figure out a way to live that. You know what I mean? But no, that's fine. But Duskwarden, I would want you to. Because I don't play WoW to show off the size of my penis. Like, I play WoW because it's fun, and I really like self-improvement. So I would want to improve. If I'm playing something that I'm not personally that comfortable with or that good on, I want you to backseat. Because if you're good at it, let me learn from you. I want to learn. That would be my goal of playing it. Especially something like Brew. So to be fair, I would want you to backseat. I know there are some people who are like, I'm very proud, and I have a lot of pride. I got no pride. I'm fully like, I'll sit in the chair if I need to sit in the chair. Like, it's all good. I'm not a prideful person. Exactly. And so that's when Blood Decay really starts getting... When you limit test Blood Decay, you'll notice the cracks in Blood Decay. But before you limit test it, it kind of just feels smooth and good. Drink roughly 4 beers. Alright, so wind first, not fire. The fire has changed, and yeah. Take all the balls to the left side. You know, normally if you have 3 balls, you have to be, like, pretty hyper. Oh, no, sorry. You can, like, summon the balls first. Yo, what's up, Ollie Galaxy? How's it going? How's it going? Yesterday, I went to this buffet, and I'm still riding the high from it. I didn't even eat breakfast this morning because I actually went to a buffet yesterday, Soap. It was so good. It was actually so... I'm going to go back. That's going to be a thing for sure. But yeah, Dusk, it is... I did. I know. The only... Because you know me, like, I don't eat out unless it's in a context that I can't talk about on stream. I wouldn't say there are cracks in Bloodseekay. It's very much like Pally. But Pally doesn't actually get one-tapped. Pally doesn't get one-tapped, though. Everybody's off to work. Yo, have a great day at work, and thank you again for the gifted subs. I appreciate that, Lou. Thank you for sharing that you like lore. Because it's just... can I share with you the story? I mean, Lou, you go to work. But, Dusk Thread. It is fascinating to me. I haven't been making content for very long. Like, I am pretty new, very new, in fact, to the WoW content creation space. Like, a lot of people have been doing this for 5 years, you know? I basically just started my YouTube channel in 2025. So I'm pretty new to all this. And what's fascinating to me is the types of comments that I was like, oh, one thing that I got a lot, I made a video very early on. The second that Midnight was announced, they released the pruning for tanks. And oh, sorry, I forgot to get my orb. Oh, I forgot. Oops, rest in peace, Haste Buff. The first thing I did was I made a video and I was like, guys, Prop Pally's in trouble. If they're taking away CDR from Prop Pally, it's just going to be a weirdly worse Prop Warrior. And to be fair, I was relatively right until they giga-buffed it and changed some things. But that was one of the things that I did very early on. I was like, yo, I'm really concerned about the lack of CDR on Prop Pally. And I was like, I don't know how this is going to be played. And then we played it in the first week, and it was legit, so it was really, really bad. So I was wrong. You know the overwhelming comment that I got? And I think this was fascinating. In that video, do you know what people were saying? People were like, what do you mean a worse Prot Warrior? You have, like, the biggest thing was, you still have Avenger's Shield. And I was like, what? And they're like, yeah, like, you got, like, Prot Warrior doesn't have, like, it doesn't have yellow, you're not a Warrior of the Light, like, Prot Warrior is not even close to Prot Paladin. And I was like, what? And they're like, yeah. I was like, wait. Back up a second. What do you like about Prot Paladin? And they're like, I'm a Warrior of the Light. I'm a Defender of the Light. And I was like, that's class fantasy. We're having a totally different discussion. I'm talking rotational gameplay and how it's actually going to function in keys. You're talking class fantasy. And there are way more people that care about the class fantasy who clicked on that video because they were worried that Paladins would lose their light, holy-based abilities when I made a title like that. And that was pretty shocking to me. It was very eye-opening. And I was like, I got to take a step back and realize just because I see the game a certain way does not mean that's how everyone sees it. Does that make sense? That was a very, very prime example of that, because I feel like you're going to play and think a lot more like I think on that. Okay, let me just open this and do this properly. 1 second, though. Oh, yeah, I'm back. I had family in town for this week, and honestly, really good idea for me to... Let me see if I can just live this. I'm just going to tank this frontal. Don't even proc perk. I feel very tanky on Blood DK at this level. I do still think eventually I'm going to get checked, but not yet. Super tanky. I can show my back. I can miss a Death Strike, actually. Like, I think I'm taking a lot of damage here, though. You class fantasy is sleeper important? I don't think about it at all. That's not... I like Druid purely for gameplay reasons. Actually, the fact that I'm a bear means almost nothing to me. So, and I know that's like sacrilegious to say for what it's worth because I love bear, but I really, it means very little to me whether I'm clawing my enemies or moonfiring them. I just like the core gameplay loop of bear. It's how it plays that matters to me at the end of the day. A lot of people play for the fantasy and escapism. Yes. We are casual, still do 13. That's not casual. In my opinion, we should separate our definition of a casual gamer. Yes, I'm playing Deathbringer. I am one of the people who is saying that DK is not going to have a lot of viability. Like, I'm not, it's not trash. It's very strong. But there's no reason to play it. Like, it doesn't have a specific reason to be brought. You basically can't convince me that you're going to want to play it over anything else if you had the choice. If you could choose any of the 6 tanks, you wouldn't choose Blood DK. It doesn't have a niche. Because I'm pretty independent here, but I'd be independent on all my other tanks as well. What DPS are looking solid? I mean, Frost. Mostly. Any of the... New Rurouni Kenshin. Dude, I got so distracted, Skeezy, by that comment. What do you mean, new Rurouni Kenshin? What do you mean, new Rurouni? What do you mean, new Kenshin? There's a new Kenshin? Did I just miss all this news? Where was this? We don't talk about... Oh, is it not good? Like 2 seasons? Oh, so have I not heard about it? Because... Wait. I'm only death striking because I know that I'm not even close to death. I literally tank those frontals intentionally just to see. Are you... What's the other team? Remove the OST from the old series. Just giving you an example. That's fair. Very fair. And remember, this key level is... This pull can kill me. On my bear, I can get one tapped on this pull. Let's go ahead and do this actually properly. So because I know that the damage here and the reason that I would be so scared, I'm not going to wait to silence. I'm going to wait. Boom, right here. Let's see if I get one tapped in proc perk. I have to have a pretty strong defensive rotation even on a Blood DK for this. I don't know, man. They're all gonna sink on me after the cap totem. I'm gonna grip that. Do I have blinding sleep? Is it not on my bars? Wait, well, how come I'm not taking damage? I mean, I just death strike rotationally at this point. Alright, fair enough. Did you heal me a lot there, or... Hold up. Let me actually go back and read your comment, because we were having a good conversation. You just spam healing me? You gotta stop. Don't spam heal me. Let me fight for my life. My bear has to work harder than my Blood DK has to work, but it's also possible that my healer is just Giga, and he's also like, Awu said he was really bad at this, so let's make sure that we just watch it. Underrated part is the healer you're playing with will make or break a lot of the tanking on beta right now. Nah, do you know what Rurouni Kenshin was actually the GOAT for? Was the OVA when that came out. When the OVA came out for Kenshin, and you found out about his backstory, you were like, I bet. I'm just going to complain a little bit less in my life. Yeah. You're just like, okay. You know what? Sometimes life just is not fair. Yep, trust and betrayal. That's the one. Best DPS right now. I need to see Devastation. I'd be kind of curious about Dev. Dev may or may not be... I don't know if it was nerfed enough. Because as far as I didn't see the Consume Flame bug being fixed. And if it still does as much prio damage as it does, Dev is like it was the best. Arguably, along with Frostmage and such. Now it is just really good. The 25%, it wasn't even 25% nerf. It was a fair nerf to Consume, and it was interesting that they had it, but it shouldn't have existed. For House, that was an example of a spec. Ooh, close. Where there's a borderline on you actually can't just hit 1-2, 1-2, 1-2 like this. Should have just a little bit more something else. It's pushing it on what can be allowed for I smell food. Ooh. For the sake of conversation, how do you feel about the new Bleach? I personally disagree with that. I think that I don't feel from 1000-Year Blood War arc what I felt from original Bleach, but it's possible that I am just grown up now. I like the new Bleach less, but it's very possible that as a kid, because maybe as a kid I was just a little bit more like, because like, you know, they're going to be like, my move counters your move, and you're like, wow. And then the other person's like, nah, but the thing is that my move breaks reality and counters your move, and you're like, holy shit. And then you're like, the thing is that my move rewrites reality, so if you break the reality that I've written, then it doesn't even work. And you're like, holy fuck, this show is so peak. It's like, is it though? Because that's how they kind of do it. And as a kid, I think I was a little bit more accepting of that as an explanation. But now as an adult, I'm like, I need a little bit more substance. Visually, cool show. But I am not really a visual-based person for anime. I want to feel things, and I kind of want to think when I watch it. So, as an example, you know, tier list. Wait, which tier list is that? That might be the old one. One Piece is the GOAT. You can't argue that One Piece is the GOAT because it's in fact still going. So that's a pretty strong argument for it there. Oops, sorry. Because the MC... Well, hold up, Dusk. What's wrong with... I'm not going to repeat that word, but what's wrong with that? Attack on Titan. Attack on Titan is not overhyped. Did you miss an anime discussion? No, you're right on time. I just don't think that they make anime like they used to anymore, and I think it's just a reflective of the media shift. All right, let me see if I don't use defensives. This is how Blood DK... Look at my health bar on this poll. Let me not actually use defensives. I'm going to show you... This is a little bit more like what it would actually be like on a hierarchy. If I just proc no defensive here. Attack on Titan... I don't think Attack on Titan is bait. I think that Attack on Titan is genuinely a fascinatingly good story. Nope. So I'm fighting for my life a little bit more. What's up, Dal? Naruto and Luffy are just... Well, okay, do you like Black Clover? Because I felt that way about Black Clover, and then I gave it a second chance, and I'm glad I did. Because originally I was like, bro, this guy... He's way too loud for my taste. And then I gave it a second chance, and I was like, okay, hold up. I kind of like Black Bulls. You've seen too much anime? Black Clover grew on me, though. I agree with that. And I think that ultimately One Piece may have succeeded originally because people underestimate how important it is, not for the main character to be like this giga stoic, super amazing, but it's just like relatable. The one thing about Luffy is that he is very relatable. Like he's, you know, he's kind of an idiot most of the time. And that's actually weird. Because it just so happens that I'm also an idiot most of the time. And you're like, oh, wait a second. That's me. Yeah, no spoilers, just in case. %91%. Oh, I skipped something. I was distracted earlier when Skeezy came in here and told me about Kenshin. I don't think this is actually percentage, to be fair. I am a DK. I simply grip this. And AMS for my team. Boom. Tomorrow, I will do a longer stream. And also, if we raise... It's basically... It was supposed to be a community goal, but I told Kitty about it. And like I said, she moved the entire... I went downstairs earlier, and she had moved the dining room table, bought a bunch of ingredients. So basically, tomorrow y'all are getting a cooking stream. Whether you like it or not, and that is a threat. Basically, I'm letting you know that me cooking on stream is borderline a threat. This is not, you're like, ooh, a cooking stream. It's like, you should tune in and, I don't know, man. I'm just saying, it's, first of all, you don't want to see me cook food, okay? We can pull this into boss. Oh, wait, shit, that was percentage. I knew that was percentage, but oh well, let's just call it funnel. When a tank makes a mistake, call it funnel. If you overpull your route, just make sure you call it funnel. Yup, pretty much. Actually, I went to a buffet yesterday, Lacus. No, wait a second. I went to a buffet. Yeah. Believe it or not. There was my family was in town. My dad was staying at the super nice hotel, and I actually felt safe eating at the buffet because I could ask them specifically a lot. They had Wagyu flank steak on tap. Bro, what the hell? Never seen that before in my life. Wagyu flank steak. They were just like, how much do you want? And I was like, a lot. And they were like, okay, just keep ordering then. And I was like, very delicious. Yeah. And it was not as expensive as you think it is. I was expecting like, I was like, wow, this place is going to be like it's going to be like hundreds of dollars. It was not. No, well, they didn't make money on me because I was like, I wouldn't, and I actually got to try food as well, and I don't feel bad today. Very surprisingly, I do not feel bad. Wait, I'm the res. Got you. Yeah, I'm very surprised. But I got to try new things. I haven't eaten at a restaurant in so long. When my family was here, I did, and to be honest, I did get a little sick early on because I ate something I wasn't supposed to, but, yep. Very exciting. Yo, Dal. Skeezy, can I tell you something really cool? There was pretty big news today. You don't have to do anything about this, but I just want to share it with you because it's like a big step forward for me, which is that I am officially, as for this month basically, I am a sponsored streamer. This is very cool. Can I AMS this? Let's find out. Yeah. Thank you. I am now sponsored by Opera GX. Which, if you remember Lacus, over a long period of time, people have actually been telling me to do that for a very long time. Like, I've been told to use it because Wowhead has been banned in Thailand and I can't read patch notes without people sending it to me or having to manually reset everything and use a VPN on my phone. Which is pretty cool and exciting. Yeah, people have actually been telling me for a long time to use it, but I don't like change, so I never did until they reached out, and I was like, oh, okay. So now I did. I don't know why it's banned, actually. It's been just leave. Okay, so hold up. If we're talking about anime, let me give you my 2 cents. Okay. If I give you my 2 cents, will you give me your $5? Ha ha ha! That was good, actually. Okay, so the point is, depending on the time period that you grew up, anime is different and it had different meanings. Back in the day, anime was niche. And I swear, one of the reasons that anime existed was because it was meant to tell a story that they couldn't tell in other forms of content. But now, anime is very popular, kind of like gaming. So a lot of the soul of it has sort of been intentionally removed because people, at the end of the day, obviously, they want to make money. Yeah, you did. They want to make money. And it's a much safer, guaranteed way to make money to remake The Lion King a 4th time than it is to try to come up with a new concept. So this is a problem with gaming. It's a problem with media in general. But movies are not designed to make you question things anymore because people get uncomfortable when they're supposed to question things. They're designed to be flashy and very entertaining. Now, mixed in with that, a very good show will still have a depth of meaning. That felt way too smooth survivability-wise. But it's kind of like, and the really good examples of this are something like Jujutsu Kaisen, which I had a really hard time getting into it, and I actually didn't keep watching it because I found it, for me personally, I know some people like the story, and there are moments in it that I know about, but it's mostly Flash, where you're like, wow, my eyes are like, whoo, 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 whoo. Oh my god, the animation is amazing. But the story is just, yeah, it's okay. Like, I don't think there's anything that special about the Jujutsu Kaisen story. Demon Slayer is an example of a story that isn't that complicated, but the music and the feels are there. But it's not really relatable so much. It's good, and I love the movie. My phone background on my phone right now is Akaza. Literally. I can just show you my phone. Nobody send me a text message in the next 10 seconds. Oh, shit. No, I have the reflection on. Never mind. I have the privacy screen. Never mind. Basically, it's Akaza from, so I like the movie a lot. But I'll also openly acknowledge that the story is not the reason that you really watch this, you know? Yeah, exactly. Demon Slayer is a very unlimited budget works type show. Correct. I agree with that. I agree with that statement. Now, it's a good unlimited budget work show, but yes. I genuinely think Attack on Titan is not overhyped. Some people, if you didn't like the ending, what didn't you like about it? No, don't say that, because I think some people haven't seen it still. Violet Evergarden, have you seen Your Lie in April? Violet Evergarden and Your Lie in April, if they were made today, for some reason they're not making shows like that today. Don't say anything about any fucking shit. No one answer the question I asked. No one say a single word about Attack on Titan. Do not say anything. Do not say anything. No spoilers. I will insta-mod you. If you haven't seen, you got to keep watching it. Attack on Titan is a show that I actually really like how they... You don't realize what it's about until you realize what it's about. And I actually think the story they're trying to tell is wonderful. It's a complete story. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I agree with you, Skeezy, although some people don't love the ending. That's fine. If a show like Naruto came out today, it would not succeed. If a game... Toradora, that's a classic. I remember that. The feisty girl. That's a long time ago. Ha. Well, I mean... I don't know about that, Dusk. I think that's a... I mean, there was the final season part 1. There was a final season, and there was a final season part 1, part 2, then the final season part 3. So with respect, I don't know if it ended gracefully. I mean, it didn't... There wasn't a lot of extra fluff, but I feel like that was definitely a bait. They bait us on that. Rom-com suggestions? Rom-com. I haven't watched a rom-com anime in a very long time. Okay, there's a few things that you guys should know. I will openly send this to you. Let me find it here. Yeah, what's up, Redeemer? If you pug a raid, how do you know how to taunt from the other tank? Now you have to taunt. How do you know? There should be a pack that tells you to do it. I think Toradora is rom-com. Absolutely it is. I agree with that. Here. I used to make AMVs. I don't think there's anything personal about this. It was detached from everything else. So you guys I can just send it to you. I only did it for a week. Don't actually listen. This is an old channel. I am not showing you this channel. I just looked at the About Me section of this. Oh my fucking god, I was such a dork. That's tough. That's tough. You're fine. I'll show you. I'm just gonna I hope you know that my face is justified at the moment. All right. All right. If you're still watching my stream at this point, you are about to get a treat because I will show you this. I just forgot that I used to I just forgot that I used to describe myself as an adorkable puppy. All right? All right. Listen, I'll be honest with you. That doesn't sit right with me today. Here. I made this. I'm just saying. I was young. I was young. No, I mean I didn't know how to do a lot of video editing back in the day. This was what, 10 years ago. But to be fair, this was one of the favorite ones I made. I don't know if I love my editing, but I would choose some of the shows. I will say everything I made. This is one as an example, just to clarify. You need to make a tank with that nickname. Adorable. Here's the time Blood DK A-Fit. I mean, so Blood DK felt really good, but random, how much were you actually healing me? I couldn't tell. Like, I felt way too tanky. I don't know why I felt so tanky, but I was like a little bit too safe. I didn't do a lot of damage. My damage rotation is... My understanding of the rotation is not very high of how to min-max my damage as Deathbringer. You shouldn't have had to heal me at all. I mean, I felt... Like, I had, like, basically 200%... I had, like, 200% room. I wouldn't have maxed out until several key levels higher. There was nothing that concerned me in that key even a little bit. I couldn't tell exactly why, but I was not concerned at all. Here's the log. Let's see the actual log here. Taze, I do think I'm going to not stream too long today because I got a lot of stuff to do. Tomorrow I'll be on for a long time. And you were spending the whole key healing, but let's take a look. It's the log here. Nah, you were worried about me. You were worried about me too much. You were actually healing waving me a lot. Taze, so you're in Thailand now, huh? Oh, my family was just here for a week, and I basically have been trying to convince everyone to actually move here. They had such a good time. Your uptime with Chef's Kiss? Dude, uptime is weird. All right, hold up. People are messaging me stuff. Day 1. Landed at 5 a.m. Perfect. This is what I wanted, by the way. Perfect. Currently known bugs on beta. Yeah. Are you ready for this? Can I show you? Remember we talked about the tank tier list earlier? There's a lot of ones of today. I don't even know what I would want to upload. This is the one. Kato sent me a bunch of memes. Okay. Message request. Who this? What this? I can only do... Yeah, what's up? Good question. Good question? I don't know. I genuinely don't know the answer to this one. Hi. I don't know, actually. I don't know, actually. Okay, hold up. Can I even paste this? I don't even think I could. All right, these are the currently known bugs for Guardian. I will copy paste this into my notepad, and I can share my notepad with you. Here. They can't... This is why they can't just be buffing tanks willy-nilly. Watch. This. Let's see if this works. Here. Oh, no. What this? This one. Those are the bugs. Those are the Blood DK ones? All right. That's a lot of bugs, man. You see it behind me? I can't move it for some reason, but can you see it? Yeah. That's a lot of bugs. And some of these are much bigger than others. Like, to be fair, the red moon stuff, this is not that important. But, like, this is kind of a little bit, but that's a big one. This smooths out your rotation a lot. Does this matter? No, this bug is completely irrelevant because you're not playing that talent anyways. But the idea is that's a big one. This is the apex talent, and this is how bugged it is right now. So I do think that those things, they absolutely matter. What's the Blood DK bug list? Let me see. Message requests. Let me see. Holy, yeah, you're. I mean, it's the same, right? Like this is the same length of bugs. Some of this is going to be exactly the same, where it's like you don't play this talent or this doesn't impact it anyways. But yeah, I mean, this is. I'm worried about them tuning beta if this is what it looks like. This is the bug. This is the Blood DK one. This is how many bugs here. Can I move this on my thing? No. Window capture. Yeah, here. Okay, there you go. Perfect. These are all of the bugs. I didn't even know. I honestly didn't even know half of these because I'm not keeping crazy up to date. So that's only Sand Lane. All right. 10% ball only applies multiple base strength. Okay. Bullet design probably with Vampiric Strike. Okay. Tiny Grasp won't silence an AoE if Gorfiance is used on a silence immune enemy. That's a funny one. Yeah, I mean, this is... It's pretty hard for them to tune if this is what it looks like. That's a pretty hard tuning target. Okay, questions tomorrow. So I have this plan tomorrow. I kind of want to do a 0 to hero. Are we interested in 0 to hero challenges still? Is that still a thing? Because I want to give you my own spin on it, which is, how to say, it's going to be the rich person. It's the rich person perspective on 0 to hero. You know how everyone does 0 to hero with like, I'm going to change my character name. No one's going to know it's me. I'm going to remove my Raider IO. I'm not going to use my B tag. I don't actually think, by the way, that that's a real reflection of how most people, well, sorry, it's how most people play the game, sure. But do you know how helpful it is? Everyone forgets the #1 tip of getting IO in World of Warcraft. Having friends. Unbelievably helpful hack. Now, if you're like, the thing is, I am antisocial or whatever, then that's a problem. Having friends is the most wonderful IO hack. How quickly do you think I could do a 0 to hero, proper 0 to hero, like this character hasn't done a single key in the entire season? Okay? How quickly do you think I could do one if I use my friends list? Yeah, how many hours? 1 day. So the idea for my birthday stream was I'm going to do a 0 to hero in 1 day. Exactly 1 day. And I'll do it on stream because I won't hide my character. And I will absolutely use my friends list. 3K. It's 1 login. I bet you I can do it in 1 day. Yeah. Probably. I actually want to use... So when I watch 0 to hero stuff, I love the concept and I do believe in that. At the same time, I really think that people sometimes get it backwards of what they should be focusing on, especially as midnight comes around. I kind of want to make it a series. I want to make it a point of like, this is the most important thing you can do for score. Because a lot of people work quite hard for 3K. And if you just had a very active friends list, you wouldn't work that hard for it. You could do it much more reasonably. I think it would be kind of fun. Yeah, who wants to do it with me? A lot of people, I think, I want to make it like I'm a little bit sarcastic and ironic. So I'm kind of just going to be like, hey guys, look how quickly I can do it. And everybody's going to get whatever. Because I'll actively, yeah, straight up on stream. Who wants to do it with me? If tomorrow I play retail, Skeezy, will you play with me? Soap said he will. Soap was like, I got a Demon Hunter. He's got Resil 17. You want it? I was like, okay. Yeah. Are you max geared on live too? Can you? Who wants to play? I would love everyone's help. Let's see how quickly we can get it. 0 to hero properly. The character can be geared from like maybe like 2 seasons ago or whatever. Yeah. So how quickly do you think we can get it? Wrong region? Oh yeah, that's true, Lucas. It will be NA locked. It won't be like beta. So the question then is what tune to play? What should I play? Somebody said Windwalker, and I was like, nah. What do you think I should play? Do it on Shadow Priest? I was thinking about Priest, actually, but I would want to heal, I think, if I do Priest. The Tank Tierlist Okrak, I made a new one today and updated it, though. Yeah, of course. Well, so here's the thing. If I do it on a DPS spec, this is going to be the most unbelievably easy thing, because... This is a legend. Let me show you this clip from earlier on beta. This is one of my favorite clips. The WoW vendor page on YouTube reposted it, which was awesome. Where is this? Yeah, right here, right here. It's an Instagram thing. Copy link. The official WoW vendor Instagram thing posted that. Genuinely fucking hilarious. I love that clip. So if I tank or heal, it would be capped by a little bit. But even I'll show you that you can still carry keys if you have a really good healer. Like if random's healing me and I tell him I'm really bad, he'll just spam heal me and I'll be all right. Oh, Quezzle had this. I didn't see Quezzle's message before. Yeah. I could literally do it, but you'll see the improvement as I get gear anyways. And I could have gear funnel to me if I really wanted to. But yeah, who would want to... I might be on retail tomorrow. I might log into retail, and I might do it as fast as possible 0 to hero. So if I heal, I'll still show you that you can... I just have a small problem, because sometimes when people make like healer or tank content, I can see that they're getting carried, but they don't show that they're getting carried. As an example, if I was a healer in this challenge, but I'm playing with very good DPS, I bet you would be fine. I bet you I'd be fine. Because my team is going to be pretty independent for 3K. If people use defensives, we get kicks, I don't have to worry too much. I'm going to die on repeat, but that'll be fine. You could almost borderline do a lot of this a lot of that if you're good without a healer at the moment. We chose Song if you're good. I could learn. I like Windwalker. I wouldn't mind getting my monk up. I could do Brewmaster or Mistweaver or Windwalker. I haven't played retail in months, but I was thinking it'd be a fun challenge and just see from the start of stream when I hit go live how quickly and how fast I could do it. That might be my stream challenge for tomorrow, as well as mixed in with some other stuff, because the other Tays, funny enough, we have this goal, remember? You should grab your cloak. I don't have anything. I will have nothing at that point. I really won't. Complete. We completed our first proposal, by the way. So this is the thing here. I'll maybe put a vote in Discord, but I might just decide to play what I want to play. Probably. All right. I'm tired as fuck. Let's go. I gotta go to the gym today because I haven't been going recently. But tomorrow, that might be the challenge for the birthday. A 0 to hero in 1 day. Who's still on? Passion key pushing. Is Shin still on? Some people call me sadist because I do +3+ routes for weekly keys, but I +3. DPS, I will say, I don't mind that. However, I think that the right approach for most of the time as a tank player, if you want to have your group have fun, is not to overpull. Because people don't like dying in keys. They like being able to do damage in their cooldown windows. In general, that would be my thought process if I was going to recommend a way Yeah, if I was going to recommend a way to tank to encourage people to play more and enjoy playing with you, I would say not to try MDIing the stuff. That's what I would suggest or say personally. All right, Lacus. One of the most important things someone told me was when you play like right. I could understand the allure of it, but I also agree what Dalgroth is correct, I think, on this one, where if you think from your perspective, that's super fun, but if you think from their perspective, it's not fun. Even I've played DPS before, and it's like, it is kind of not fun if I'm just dying in my cooldowns. That has changed the way I do things sometimes, too. And occasionally I'll kick myself for saying, like, oh, I really wanted to triple that, and then I live and they run back, and it's like, oh, it was fun for me, but, you know, just because it's fun for you doesn't mean it's fun for them. Great time to raid out and end stream, because I was about to get myself banned once again, but I'm not gonna to today. Easy. That was so close. That next comment was 100% sending me to the Shadow Realm. That wasn't even going to be a debate. I would not. There was no defense for what I was about to say. It was obviously going to be sarcasm, but there was literally no defense for it. If I had followed through with that thought, it was like they would have sent me an email, and I would have just been like, you know what? You're right. I got. Yo, thanks for hanging out. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Let's go raid Lara. She's playing Hearthstone, but she's awesome. For weekly, yes, you could. Solo tank no free. I wonder if I could do it 0 to hero without the leveling, just gearing by myself. I don't know. I don't know about that DPS, if I could do it. Let's see how tomorrow. If I use my friends list, though. Redeem to flex redeem before I go. Sounds good. Battlegrounds. She has a really weird deck right now that I'm looking at, too. What? Flex redeem. See you later, Dal. Thanks for hanging out, saying hi. I hope you're well, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. A cannabis deck. YouTube, if you're there and I missed your comments, my bad. But also, you're awesome.